No, but bedroom is wrong. I think
Good to go.
we are not. We are wrong. Let's say it's
Hello, sir. Join in, Karam. So, a very, very warm welcome to everybody. As I was saying, a very, very warm welcome to everybody. We are in day two of the archaeological explorations in India, the first workshop by the INSTUCEN School of Archaeology. Very, very warm welcome to everybody participating on Zoom and on YouTube. So it's really good to have you all here. Uh, our first speaker today is none other than our very own Ramesh sir. He will be talking about explorations and relative dating of sculptures at the village of Muthalan Kurichi in district Thoothukudi in Tamil Nadu. His co-author is Dr. Malti Agneshwaran. And without further ado, I hand over the floor to Ramesh sir.
Am I on full screen, sir?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much, sir. So today my topic of exploration was the village of Muttalankuruchi. We found a number of sculptures, and with Dr. Malati Agneshwaran's help, I have written this paper identifying the sculptures. So let us move forward. The abstract is there in the abstract book, so I will not cover it. Except there is a correction. I had written 8th century, but it is more reliably datable to the 11th century. So to give you some context and timeline, this is the village of Muttalankurchi, which is on the south bank of the Tamraparni River. It is a very small hamlet right now, but it is dotted with quite some sculptures and temples of multiple periods. One reason for interest in this is that I keep going back to this hamlet because my Kuladaiva, my family's Kuladevata is located here, Sri Gunavati Amman. And although as an adult, I have been here only very recently, I've been managed to visit the place twice on the 24th of September 23 and February 24. And the latter time I had Dr. Malati Agneshwaran with me. She helped me with the identification, iconography, and comparative study of the sculptures. So this is the temple of Gunavati Amman, and this is the main Vigraham. Okay, it is a stone, black granite murti with a halo of bronze or brass made for it, and various other embellishments. Okay, so the rituals followed by this temple uh, correspond very closely to those of the worship of the you can call it cult, sect, sampradaya, whatever, of Ekavira, who's very popular in the northern half of the western coast, and Bhagavati, similar name goddess with similar rituals, who's popular in Kerala and parts of Tulunadu. And the same rituals apply to Renuka in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. Okay, so I observed So when that's my father with the temple priests. I observed these rituals carefully and came to the conclusion that this is a similar set of rituals being done. Now, the name of the deity, did I miss anything? No. Yeah, the name of the deity is Nallan Pillai Petraval, also known as Gunavati Amman. Nallan Pillai Petraval translates from the Tamil as she who has birthed a good son, which is consistent with my identification of the deity as Ekavira, because Ekavira is supposed to be the lady who gave birth to one Veer who overcame the rest of the world. And she is identified with Renuka, the mother of Parashurama. uh, that the cult of Parashurama is very popular throughout the western coast and in parts of the Deccan. And his mother, Renuka, receives even more worship and attention and reverence than him. And therefore, these temples are often visited for people who wish to bear a son like Parashurama. So this temple was added at some point in my family legacy. So I do know that my great great grandfather uh, had this temple as his Kuladevat, because not only my branch of the family, but even my grandfather's cousins, come here and worship. And this temple has been patronized by various other Brahmin families as well. Now, this is not a Brahmanical temple. And the priests here are not Brahmin priests, okay? Though they have the accoutrements of South Indian Brahmins, they are part of a caste known as the Kambar caste, the same caste from which the poet Kambar comes from, who wrote the Kambar Ramayana. They officiate as priests for several non-Brahmanical temples. This temple was so this temple's been around for years and years, but the current structure dates to 1987, when the inner sanctum was built, and the outer structure that you see was built in 2013, when also the Vimanam was added. Okay, this is the newfangled Vimanam. So the temple is maintained very interestingly on a 6-month rotating basis. So when I went in September, it was in the hands of Murugan Kambar. And he and his, so these are hereditary priests, he and his nephews, cousins, his son, all of them follow Puranic rituals while worshipping in the temple, which includes like bathing and purifying yourself in the Tamraparni river is right next to this temple. So bathing in the river, and they conduct incantations and rituals based on the Puranas. When I went back in February, the temple had passed into the hands of the family of Sundara Kambar. And they follow tantric rituals, which includes various mysticisms as well as animal sacrifice. So there is a rotation. And so very interestingly, when I went back and spoke to my family, they said, yes, we only visit the temple when it is in the hands of Murugan Kambar, and Brahmin or Brahmin compliant rituals are followed. Okay. Please, huge quotation marks in my hands. Uh, okay. Now this temple has, I saw it long time when I was a child, when I was not an archaeologist, and now when I am an archaeologist, so my eyes have learned to see different things. But I remember when I went there as a child, there was practically nothing. There was just the base little structure, but now it has grown to form a fairly interesting sized complex. So outside the temple are these guardian deities, 3 of them, with typical Ugra posture and hands raised as if to brandish swords and other weapons. So these are known as the guardian deities of the village, or the Ur Kavalar. So they are enshrined above, and Usually one makes one's obeisance to them before one enters the temple. The outer sanctum of the temple has some interesting artifacts. Okay, there is a Gajalakshmi, which is above the Lalatbimba into the sanctum. This temple is a mixture of granite blocks that have been recovered from what was probably an older structure, as well as modern brick and mortar walls. And then there is a very interesting Shivalingam here, which includes a Yoni Pitham, a Shiva, a Ganesha, and others. And so this is the subsidiary shrine. And then you go to the main shrine. This is the shrine of Gunavati Amman. And here you can see, so she is an Ugra deity. So therefore, the statue, the idol is almost always covered in chandan to keep her cool. And then this is after the puja was conducted. Those are coconuts, not eggs, if you're just having funny ideas. So this is the brass or bronze halo. I was not able to go inside and examine it. The various lamps donated at various different times by different families, including mine and various other things. This is an Utsava Murti of brass made of this deity. She does so in South Indian traditions. There is no mukhauta put on the Devi, just as in the North Indian tradition. But usually Ugra deities are completely covered in chandan for most of the time. This is one of those rare occasions when the deity was completely cleaned out, washed with water. So all the chandan was removed, and this is then where several libations are poured. So milk, water, tulsi water, and several other things. So this is the rare chance that you get to see the murti bereft of ornaments, and that was when it was very striking. That the murti, although it is worshipped as Ekavira Devi, presents all the features of Kali, Mahakali. And so that aroused my curiosity because then I compared it to pictures I had of Mahakali in the Government Museum, Tirunelveli. There are several. And very strikingly, and this one bears very close resemblance to a murti of Mahakali recovered from South India, that is at the CSMVS in Mumbai. Okay, so the face is very striking, including the fangs in the face, the hand postures, the little trishul, and everything. So this one is multi-armed. This one has at least 6 arms. This has 4 arms. This has again 6 arms. So very striking similarity, and also comparable to other Kali images that were there at different levels of detail and preservation, also at the Government Museum, Tirunelveli. Now, all of these are dated to the 11th century. And so by extension, one can suggest that the Mutalankuruchi deity is also probably of the 11th century. Now, this is not an empty claim, and I will support this because there are several other images that also seem to answer to this description. Then there are other deities in smaller shrines in the same compound of the temple. Okay, a minor deity called Sangal Puttar. Okay, this is Sodari Maraswamy, and these are a number of Naga stones. So these are direct worship of the cobra, and these stones are supposed to protect you from snake bite when you're working in the fields. So there is a certain worship conducted to these stones. Further deities, also all made of black granite stone, very well carved, but not that I identify. Then some that are made of modern plaster and brightly colored, which look like beautiful Golu dolls, which are also enshrined here, and a great neem tree, which used to be the original temple because earlier the Devi was just sitting under the temple. Now she has a house of her own. She stopped renting. She's got her own house. Now in the same village, not about a kilometer away from the Gunavati Amman shrine, is the complex of Vinayagar and Narasimha. There are 3 shrines altogether. One for Vinayagar, which is open air, one for Narasimha, and one for Shiva. Now, the Vinayagar image is very striking. It is about 4 feet tall and freestanding. And apparently the villagers tell me that he refuses to be enshrined. He refuses to have a roof put over him. And I have, for Ganesha, one has not experienced such a phenomenon, although I do know of many tribal deities and many indigenous deities, especially in Mumbai, where apparently erecting a roof over the deity is sacrilegious. But the other 2, Narasimha and Shiva, are present in brick-built shrines. So these are very modern shrines, not more than 10 years old. And now the villagers tell me with great enthusiasm that they have finally received permission from the TNHRCE to construct new temples for their deities. So Ganesha will not have a roof over him because he doesn't want it according to their beliefs, but the other deities have consented. And more than the other deities consenting, the Hindu religious charities and endowments department of the Tamil Nadu government, which is responsible for maintaining some close to 65,000 temples all over the state. So it's a very interesting phenomenon in many South Indian states where there is a government department for the maintenance of temples. The revenue is entirely self-sustained, so these departments do not receive budgetary assistance. But the revenue collected from the bigger temples is used to subsidize some of the smaller village temples so that those temples can keep running. The priests are paid a salary. The temples are given money for their daily puja expenses and all of that. And so if you want funds for building a temple, you can either gather it privately, which is often a difficult task and takes many, many years depending on the kind of patronage you have, or you can appeal to the TNHRCE and it will, after an entire bureaucratic process, will sanction you something. So these villagers told me with tremendous delight. So this is not a very prosperous hamlet. It is mostly a river fishing, paddy growing hamlet with some tourist revenue coming in from the thank you, Nelson. So and there is some sponsorship that comes to these temples because there is a large number of expat, non-resident Tirunelvelians who, visit the temple and give donations and all. But otherwise, the sources of income are very small. So let's look at this. So this is not just a sculptural exploration for me, but there were also angles of anthropology, ethnology, and all of those that I found very interesting. So this is Vinayagar. He's freestanding. The picture on the left is from when my father and I visited. So this is the complete puja done. And this is when I went in September. Okay. This is very comparable to the Karpaka Vinayagar shrine of Pilayarpatti. That is a 6-foot tall rock cut Vinayak. In a rock cut shrine to which then multiple additions have made, especially in the Nayak period. But the original idol is dated from the 7th century. And the style is very same and these remain in that self-same. So this period, the 7th century, the Pillarpatti in Sivagangai district and Mutalankurchi in Thuthukudi district, all of these come under the domain of the Pandyas and therefore there is a stylistic unity. Okay, although here the trunk is more conventional in terms of it being turned to the left rather than this one which is turned to the right. But many of the attributes are otherwise the same. Then this is a Lakshmi Narasimha temple, okay, which has a little sanctum and then an outer mandap, which is more of an antechamber, mostly for storage of puja items, etc. It's a very small shrine. The entire shrine would not measure more than about 6 feet by 12 feet. Okay. But this is a close-up of the Lakshmi Narasimha and an even further close-up. So you can see this is intricately and most beautifully carved, and very comparable to the image of a Lakshmi Narayana, also from the Tirunelveli Museum, which is dated to the 18th century. So the attributes are the same. Look at the Mukuta, look at the Shankha Chakra, okay, the blessing pose, and so on and so forth. The level of detail here again suggests that this has been created under some, generous patronage. And I mean, this seems to suggest that this village was once more than what it is today. Then there is a fabulous image of Bhairava in the shrine of Veerapandiya Shiva. Okay, so these three shrines are together. The Vinayaka is in the middle, then Lakshmi Narasimha to its left, the Shiva to its right. So this is the image of Bhairava. This is when dressed, but they agreed to take the clothing off and show it to us. Okay. Very exquisitely carved with the cobra in one hand, the damru, the trishul here. Okay. One gada behind his dog, and one hand holding what appears to be either a kapala or an ash vessel. Okay, the statue is completely naked except for jewelry. This was, Malati ma'am was extremely excited by this image. She says she's rarely seen something of this level of beauty. Completely naked except for his jewelry, in an abhanga pose, completely calm, even though you can see his fangs, which tells you that he is a Rudra deity, yet his eyes are half closed. He is in, completely calm mode, even though he is the destroyer of the world. And what came most prominent to me was his Jata Mukuta shaped as flames rising from his head, like an Ushnisha. The Ushnisha is a very interesting feature that you will also see on Buddhas from the Amaravati and other southern schools of art. So all of this again suggests that this is of a different period. These aren't modern sculptures. There are other images in the shrine of Devi, okay, of another minor deity, which I'm not able to identify. But if you see his Mukuta, it is in the same style as that of the Lakshmi Narasimha. Okay, and then so we went around interviewing some people. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
2 minutes to go.
I'm done, sir. So, in the oral history, Sundara Kambar told us some very interesting facts. He said that there was an Agraharam once upon a time in the village till about 50 years ago. Although my family has no memory of anything such, so I quizzed my father, my uncles, my whoever survives from the older generation. They said it used to be an even smaller hamlet in the past. Like from what I know of my own memory, the temples were much smaller, nothing so decorative, and there was certainly no Brahmin presence there, at least not till 50 years ago. Sundara Kambar said that the Agraharam was destroyed in a flood, but the flood was the earliest reported, flood. Now there was a flood in 2023, and apparently exactly 100 years ago, there was a major flood in 1923 that had caused a lot of devastation in that area. But apart from that, there is no evidence of there having been an Agraharam. So it might have been dilapidated or disestablished much, much earlier. So to conclude, the images we found date between the 8th and the 11th century, and one perhaps to the 18th century. It seems to suggest that the place had much greater religious activity and the kind of sponsorship needed to sustain such elaborate idols than is current for a hamlet of its current size or economy. What is interesting is that the villagers are keenly aware of their heritage, willing to, re-enshrine it they want to put it in a proper Dravidian style temple, not the little brick structure. The images are under worship, and there is a large expatriate community of sponsors, including Brahmins, who keep coming there and worshipping. So these aren't just stray images, but they have been in continuous worship. And yet, one of the mysteries is how this Mahakali eventually became Ekavira. So that will require further study, but with that, my current study is over. This is a view of the Tamraparni River from the Gunavati Amman temple. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ramesh. So that's absolutely fascinating. And it's so nice to see a village which knows about its heritage and is proud of its heritage and it participates with its heritage. So the floor is open to questions. Those in the Zoom meeting can put them into the chat, and we would be very happy to see the questions there. And of course, there are questions in the uh, WhatsApp group. We'll be happy to take those also. So Nelson says we see that in Goa, for Betal Lolam, South Goa, and Yaksha and Haigunda, they say they try to raise a structure and it breaks down. So yes, there are such traditions, I suppose. And Rameshwar is alluding the same in the case of his Ganesha Murti.
And so at Dharavi in Mumbai, we have this shrine of Khamba Dev who also refuses to have a roof above him. So his temple has all the other attributes of a temple, like a sanctum, a mandapa, everything, but there's no roof.
So there are many traditions like this. I mean, the most famous perhaps is the Shani tradition, where at Shingnapur, and at other places, I've surprisingly seen Shani inside a temple also. And in many South Indian temples, Shani is worshipped inside a proper Garbhagriha. And I've actually seen that in Maharashtra in a couple of places, surprisingly, in modern Shani temples. But the traditional Shani temples have always been a large block of stone open to the sky. So this kind of a folk tradition, shall we say, Ramesh sir?
Yeah.
So Vinay Khare says, saw the Google images of the idols of Vinayagar and Lakshmi Narasimha sometimes is covered with some white paste, maybe Chandan. Any reason for this?
So Narasimha is an Ugra deity, right? He came to destroy Hiranyakashipu. He's permanently angry. And then if you go to the Ambarnath temple, you will see an image of Shiva taking the form of Sharava to calm down Narasimha. So he is an Ugra deity, and therefore any Ugra deity is usually covered in Chandan most of the time.
So Vinay also says the Bhairava is of many different types. Which type of Bhairava is this?
I will need to examine the sculpture more closely.
That is fair. Mayur says it is very interesting to know about God Shani's placement in temples. Yes, Mayur. It is ultimately about the believer. And, it is the believer's deity.
So, in the Zoom chat, Sharina asks, you mentioned that the temple is now run in a tantric way. How does this change happen? So there are Puranic rituals conducted by the family of Murugan Gambar, and at the end of 6 months, he hands over the temple to the family of Sundara Gambar, who then do rituals, who do tantric rituals and a whole lot of other folk rituals, including animal sacrifice and other things, and they have a rotating arrangement. So it's almost like the deity is contested between its Brahmanical and its non-Brahmanical followers. And this is some kind of modus vivendi that they've come to.
But it is such a nice compromise also, no, Ramesh sir? That ठीक है 6 महीने तुम्हारा भगवान 6 महीने हमारा भगवान. Same Bhagwan, you do your thing for 6 months, we do our thing for 6 months. So Zaneshwari Kamath says Ashte Devi is Rudra Devi. Why do they offer lemons to her?
Yes, they do. So lemons are part of the puja. And usually the Trishul, there's a lemon put on the top blade of the Trishul to sort of, I don't know, maybe so that you don't accidentally prick yourself or, and then there is some ritual reason given for.
I'm sure there are deeply ritual reasons behind all of this. Um,
Why do people only visit the temple during Puranic rituals? No, 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 no. My family, my family is a Brahmanical family. So our thing is when it is in Puranic control, that is when we go and visit the temple. There are other families who come there when it is in tantric mode. There are families to whom it doesn't matter at all. All kinds of hang-ups people have.
Sharina says it's very inclusive, something not seen anywhere.
Yes, that's what struck me about it.
Vinay Khare says, can you give us some more information about the Kambars?
About the
Kambars.
So they are
Two
hereditary priests. They are so typically priests in so temples can be divided roughly into two classes. The Brahmanical ones, where Brahmins are the hereditary priests, or nominated priests. Many places there's a priest, and then when the priest has retired or passed away, some other priest is appointed. But the post is always meant to go to a Brahmin. Some temples have that as hereditary, whereas once the priest, as long as the priest can do, he does, and then his son takes over. Uh, some places it's not hereditary. And there are non-Brahmanical temples where various different castes of, take on the priesthood. So there are similar practices, I think, that happen all over the country. There are bhopas in Rajasthan, there are bhagats in Maharashtra, various kinds of, various castes take on these roles. Some are full-time priests, some are part-time priests. So here, these are the two families. So the Kambars are a small caste, who produced one big hero in the form of the Kambar who wrote the Kamba Ramayana a millennium ago. But they take on the role of priests in many such temples which are so these aren't really Brahmanical temples. It's just that this particular temple during some not pandemic, sorry, that word is during some epidemic. Some ancestor of mine had a dream where the Devi came and told him, "Come and go and worship at this temple, and your problems will be solved." And so she became our Kuladevata. So we are one of those rare Brahmin families that have a non-Brahmin Kuladevata.
So the Kambars all claim descent from the Kambar who wrote the Kamba Ramayana.
No, there's the same caste. They don't claim direct descent from him.
Okay, so there is a bigger caste than Kamba himself.
Yeah, he's a member of the Kambar caste.
I always thought the other way around. Thank you for clarifying. So if there are no more questions, thank you very, very much, Ramesh sir. And we move on to the next session of this morning. We originally started this as archaeological explorations in India, but I think we're going to have to do South Asia next year because we have a very interesting paper by Jain Acharya Bhagyeshwari ji, Vimal Jaswant Shah, and Monish Deepak Shah, revisiting the Jaina heritage of Tharparkar, Pakistan. So this is in the Sindh region of Pakistan, adjacent to the Kutch. And there are some very, very interesting traditions. And Monish Shah will be presenting his paper to us. Monish also is very much one of our own. He was a student, is now a colleague, and we're very proud to have him with us. So Monish, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Before I start, I would just like to request, sir, if I can get the permission to, include the 10 minutes of Q&A for the presentation, and we can do the Q&A on the WhatsApp group or later on. I'll just try to keep it as tight as possible. But there's a lot to cover.
That is your prerogative.
Yes. Okay. And just to avoid too much of loading, so what we have done is that we have divided the slides. So just let me know if there is a lag somewhere. Either sir or Riddhi, anyone. Is the screen visible now?
Yes.
Okay. So good morning, everyone. I'm Monish here, and this entire project started in a very interesting way. So Vimal Shah, who is my co-author, happened to visit Tharparkar last year in June 2023. It was a very short visit to Punjab, Pakistan, Punjab, and Sindh, and he tried to document the temples which are there. Now, I'll be referring to the other institutes that are there in Sindh uh, back and forth as I go along the slide. But they are taking good care and they got in touch with Vimal Bhai and a lot of data has been shared with us. So the photograph, the media was taken by Vimal Bhai and the narration has been given by him. We have done some research also on it. And this is a presentation of the exploration that he had done. So Sindh, I won't go into the details, but this is the area bordering Rajasthan, Gujarat, the modern day border uh, of Gujarat and Rajasthan. And the region is next to this. The language spoken in this particular region is Parkari. Now, Parkari dialect is also a mixture of, Kutchi, Gujarati, Rajasthani. It will change along the region. This is also a region where majority of the population in some areas is Hindu. This is just to give you a context. Now, what you see here are the temples that we are going to consider. These are six set of temples, the Jain temples which are there. So the six temples are Godije Parshvanath. There is a temple in Nagar Parkar area of the region, Virava temple, and there are three temples in Bodesar. So the Pune temple is named as Pune temple. The other temples we have labeled as Bodesar temple number 2 and 3. Now, Godije Parshvanath, if you are staying in Mumbai or in Gujarat, or if you know some Jains, it is a very, revered deity. Now, Parshvanath is the 23rd Tirthankar for the Jains, but Parshvanath has what I can say is a cult kind of following. So there are a lot of Parshvanaths. There are a tradition of 108 Parshvanaths. Parshvanath would be related to an area. So according to that area, it will get the name. It would be related to some miracles that has been associated with Parshvanath. So one such Parshvanath is Godije Parshvanath. And if you live in Mumbai, you know the one of the oldest Jain temples in Mumbai is the Godije Parshvanath in Paiduni, or rather the most famous temple, which celebrated almost a decade ago its 200 years. So this is a very beautiful photo on the way. I just thought I'll put it. And if you see Bollywood, the Hollywood movies, Jerry Bruckheimer, the starting logo starts like this. So just to give an idea, this photo is not from Kutch. This is from Sindh, on the other side of the border. But if I had not told you, it would look like the same. So this is just to give an idea that the culture is the same. We share the culture, though we are divided by the border today. So you see here is this is Vimal Bhai, this Ashwani ji, who has actually facilitated for the entire thing. This is Zaida ji from the Antiquities Department of Sindh, and this is her colleague. So the Gori temple, I'll just give you the timeline, but it was built in 1375 or 1376 according to the records that ASI has from 1879. Though not much from the older temple remained even back then, they found an inscription which is as of now nowhere to be found from, but from the records we know that it was in 1375. And it looks like a 24 dairy, 12 plus 12. I'll show the photographs also. But there are references to it being a 52 dairy or a temple with 52 idols or 52 niches. This is just the board that they have put outside the temple. So this is the main temple or what it remains. See, these are 12 on both the sides, and those are 24. But if you add these up, the main shrine, this is the main Shikara which is there, and it goes up to 48 or 49. So maybe some part of it is lost. The main problem is that Vimal Bhai had only 5 hours to cover 6 temples, including the travel between the temples. So he got almost half an hour at every temple. And if you are an archaeologist or if you do explorations, you know that that is a very short time. So this is a main Shikara or Garbhagriha. There are 3 mandapas. So the main Ranga Mandap, Sabha Mandap, and the Shrungar Mandap or the courtyard hall. There is a saying that a belief that if you get into this gets you to Nagar Parkar or to a distant land, which might not hold true, but a proper exploration in the neighboring region would yield a lot of data. So Godiji Parshvanath, the entire cult or the entire narration of Godiji Parshvanath starts in 1172 when a Jain Acharya, Hemchandra Acharya, consecrated 3 idols in Patan. Then there are multiple Patans in Gujarat. So this is the Patan, the Rani Ki Vav wala Patan. And it was under the Solanki back then. It was the capital of their rule. So he had consecrated 3 idols, and 3 idols, one was in Patan, and the 2 other went to other places. Now the narration says that a Muslim person, took one idol. Narration says that he took the 3 idols and hid it somewhere. Uh, in if he wanted some money. So a few decades later, rather, Megh Shah, a trader named Megh Shah, traveled from the Tharparkar region of Pakistan, modern day Pakistan, to Patan, and he found that this person had the idols. He paid some money and he took it back to where today Godiji Parshvanath is there. So it is called as Godiji. In Pakistan today, it is called as Goriji or Guriji, and it was installed there. Now, the inscription that the ASI found in 1879 mentions that the Vikram Samvat year, it goes back to 1375 CE. And according to the Jain tradition, the mention says that the idol was earlier worshipped, and after a few years, he created a temple. He made a temple. Now, in 1714 CE, we have a reference to a Jirnodar of the temple being done. After that, what has happened in 1716 CE, during whether it happened during the construction work or later on, a local Rajput by the name of Soda. So he actually took the idol and he took it to a nearby fort and hid it somewhere. And later on, he started getting the idol out. Every few years, there was a mela being held there. And so 1732, 1744, 1762 are random numbers we get from a British Colonel Rikis in 1856. He mentions about these melas. Of course, he got the narration from the locals. Now, the Sodas also mention about the lineage. So, Sutaji is the first Soda, then Ujeraji, Moraji. So it went on till 1832, till the last Soda, Punjaji was there. During the time of Punjaji, he was actually captured by the ex-amirs and he was killed. So the whereabouts of the idol was actually known only to the main head of the family, and they tried to mint money out of it. So the actual whereabouts of the idol were not known. This is what the narration is. There are 2 narrations in 1854 also, which coincide. In 1937, we had a Jain Acharya who traveled from Rajasthan to Sindh, and he documents in a very beautiful way in a Gujarati book called as Mari Sindh Yatra. This was just a decade ago, a decade before the partition. Now, I know that the distance can't be measured in this way, but the idol which is there lies in modern day Wow. Now, this is Wow next to Tharad, and this is the Gori temple. So you see the distance. It is very nearby. And what had happened that during this year, so according to the Jain tradition, the whereabouts of the idol is not known since 1716, since the past 300 years. But during a Jirnodhar or a Sthapna at a Jain temple in Wow, the Acharya, when they were, took the idol out, they read the inscription. It turned out that this was the original Godije Parshvanath idol. The other narration goes that this Gori idol actually went to Mirpur or Hamirpur in Rajasthan, and from there it came to Mumbai. If you hear the narration of the origination of the Mumbai Godije Parshvanath also, the narration goes that it has actually come from Pakistan. But there are two versions. So in reality, it is possible that out of the three idols, the one lies in Tharad Vav and the one in Mumbai came from Hamirpur, Rajasthan. Now, if we actually want to go to, of course, this is not possible because of the geopolitical tension that are there between the two countries. But you can actually take this route from Wow to Suiga, which is the closest area where a civilian can go on the Indian side. You can go to the 0 point, which is the border. And from there, this is Nagar Parka region where we have a temple, this is Virava, and close to this, we have the actual Godiji. So this is so close. Now, this is the temple, this is the Shrungar Mandap or the courtyard hall that is there. Now, this is the condition of the temple as of now, and some restoration attempts has been done in the recent times also, as you can look at the shikaras which are there. Now, these are some attempts that have been made by the local departments, the local bodies, the Endowment Fund Trust, the Antiquity Department of the Government of Sindh, and so on. Now, if you look at this, see the beauty. Though we are losing it every day, now these are the modern restoration attempts. You can see a Ganesh here, and just look at this. So the entire temple was painted. There are beautiful paintings that I'll come to, but the entire temple was painted. So I'll just skim through because there's a lack of time now. The reason of this photo is you can see this bench here. This is a typical thing you find in the temples of Gujarat also. And also have a look at this. Now here, what is called as a Chandra Shila or a moonstone or what the Jains, I'm not able to recollect. But here the stylistically you will see a different one, and we'll go to the other temples also. See, the lion here is depicted in a different way. Now, there are beautiful paintings on the dome, inside the temples, on the pillars, on the walls, everywhere you go. So, there are narration of Neminath Ki Jaan, which is a very common narrative amongst the Jains. Now, you can see this was the earlier image and it has been whitewashed. Now, this is a Dharma Sankat situation. If you try to arrest it, you lose the paintings. If you don't do it, you lose the structure. And also there's a problem of moisture seeping in. I'll just quickly go through the photos. Now, this is on the Dwar Shaka or the door frame. This is Parshvanath, and the locals have installed a photo of Shiva because it is the main sanctum. Now, you see here beautiful paintings. So I'll just go through it because of the lack of time. Beautiful paintings here. See, I hope it's as visible as it is on my screen for the participants.
Very visible, Monish. Don't worry about that.
Yes. Okay. Every
You
inch
don't
of the wall
have
has
to be
been
so
painted.
fast. You can slow down a little bit.
Okay. You see the narration here. So of course there are a lot of stories which are there. We need to go in person and see because of the lack of time. All these photos were not taken properly. Now this Shikhar has actually fallen. There is a narration that there was a fight between a local. I don't recollect the year. It is in the 19th century. Between the local sodas who held a power in the region and a British colonel, and because of the fight between the two of them, the Shikhar actually fall down. Now, this is a well. wherever you go in Gujarat, where a Godiji Parshvanath temple is there, outside the main area of the temple, there will be a well, and the narration in the Jain text mentions that there was a sweet water well. So probably this is the well in consideration. Also in Gujarat, if you go, there is a tree, a neem tree or a tree that grows in the region, and it is called as Varakhdi. And it is associated with the footsteps of Godiji Parshvanath. So the entire way of worship has also continued from this region of Pakistan. Now, this has no context, but because it's an exploration and we are very familiar with the hero stone, so there are multiple hero stones. This is a Sati stone and a hero stone. This is very important because this mentions a name Moraji. Now, whether this is the same Moraji that is there as a Sodas or a different Moraji, we don't know. But this is there. Also, look at the beautiful Sati stone. Now, we in Maharashtra know it, but look at the bangles that are there. So I'll just quickly change the slide. We now move to Vira. Is the second slide visible?
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
Yeah. Okay. So this is Virava temple. Now this is also very mentionable as far as we are concerned as archaeologists, and also if you come from institution background, because we have been taught that public archaeology is very important, and this in a way solves the purpose, and a commendable job done by the authorities at Sindh. Now, this is a beautiful temple. Just look at it, the beautiful Torana which is there. Now, this is made in red sandstone. Of course, the painting has also been done, but there is sandstone and red sandstone used. See, this is the entrance. And what you look in the backdrop is the open air museum, as I would like to say. And we'll go and see some specimens here. This is the temple. Now, a lot of the decorations might have been lost due to the restoration attempts that were made earlier. Now you look at the lion here. This changes. So the lion that was used earlier belongs to an earlier date. Now, if you go to Gujarat today, if you go to Patan, if you go to Unna, if you go to Veravar, this kind of siyas are used. So these start around the late 15th, 16th, 17th century. Of course, it appears earlier also. And you look at this beautiful carvings. This is a temple. There's a Kichaka here. That's a, for those who don't know, it's a Barwaka. It holds the weight. See, look at this line. There are remnants of some paintings done, which are slowly going. These are the earlier paintings, the Kichaka close-up look. These are the reattempts of paintings, because you can make it from the colors that are there. So somewhere we have lost the original paintings. Now this is the condition. The weather is changing rapidly. Sin was very arid. It sometimes gets rains. See, this is now the dome was whitewashed. If you can see the paintings which were there. We have lost them. But maybe the authorities took the right decision because they need to arrest the deterioration also. And see, there's water seepage here. So slowly this everything will be gone. That's the reason we need to document this. Now look at this paintings. Now this is the on-site museum. Look at this beautiful decorated pillar and all these remains, pillar fragments, hero stones or palyas as they are called. The beautiful Kirti Mukha. So my 20-minute buzzer has already started on my phone. So I'll just quickly wind up. Ganesha, from the amount of debris that we have found or the artifacts that have been found, this would be multiple temples. This does not belong to a single temple. because you look at the style, the shikaras, the stones used, these belong to multiple temples. So this plaque reads that it's a Brahmi script, but some misjudgment here. It's actually Nagri or Devanagari. Ramesh sir would help us. And it has a Jinnah here. If you can see at the extreme right, and Sawat 12 something is written. So it corresponds to 1155 C, not 1145 AD. But so if we consider the age of the Godije Parshvanath when it was consecrated in 1172 or even the later date, this predates that. So for sure, in the 12th century, there were Jains residing here and there were Jain temples, and the remnants are found in the area. So this is Virava. I'll quickly switch to the other temple. Just 3-4 minutes more. So Nagar Parkar is a very interesting take here, and me and Ramesh are working on since quite some time on how a conservation should be done. So this I think holds a very ideal situation. So this is how the temple looks today after the restoration attempts done. Now it was done by the Endowment Fund Trust of the Sindh region. This is the temple. This is how it used to look earlier. Look at the beautiful pillar with the key checkers. Now, this is 6 or the 7 sided key checkers, the smaller ones. This is how it was earlier. This is how it is today. So, as I said, Dharma Sankat, we need to restore this at a cost of losing the originality. Now, an interesting thing happened. As I mentioned, that in 2016, during the construction work or the restoration work around the temple, uh, some idols were found. So, this idol, which is there in the center, this one, was found from there. And just a moment. The idol was found from there. And what these guys have done is that they have taken it to a local site museum. They are taking care, and the other idols were found in the subsequent years. And what they have done, they have installed a replica. They have made a POP replica of the same idol. This is a very beautiful replica. If you see at the bottom, the painting was there. So almost all the temples here were painted. But it's a very commendable job done, given that there is zero population, Jain population here. And this area, though there is a Hindu population, most of the Hindu population worships the photographs of their idols. They don't have actual idols. So they have recreated where the major population is Muslim and they don't worship any form or any iconography which is not there. They've actually, recreated. So here the actual heritage lies with the people and also in the museum for people like us. This is a very beautiful specimen which reminds us of the beautiful presentation yesterday by Varun Bharadwaj. So again, this has been lost due to the whitewash here. This is the picture taken by Vimal Bhai. The inscription, it has been read, and this is a book by Badar Abro. So here he actually has, drawn it. So this is what I don't know whether it has been taken from Ganda Berunda because the eagle shape is there, the elephant head is there, and the lion body is there, and it carries 7 elephants. The entire narration is also there. That at the time of eclipse, a bird descended from the sky, lifted a lion and 7 elephants, and carried them to the sky. Signed by Virchand Motichand. And my pranam to one who reads this. Now, this narration is there, but the year is not there. Probably we have lost the year, but it won't be more than 150 to 100 years old, for sure. These are the beautiful paintings, narration of Ilchi Kumar or Ilaichi Kumar in Jainism, some other narrations which are there. Just look at the paintings. I have to quickly go through those. Now look at this. Some temples made. So a form of worship, maybe some narration, we don't know. We have to look and we have to document this before we lose everything. A palya, the pillar that I mentioned earlier. So this brings me to the last slide, the last set of temples, the Bodesar group of temples. Just a moment. Is the slide visible now?
Yes.
Yes, very visible.
Okay. Yeah. So now Bode sir also has the link to Gujarat, that Mohammed Shah Begada, but let's not get into that. So this is the first temple, Pune, the most preserved temple from Bode sir. The beautiful temple. This is how it used to look earlier. You can see a very dilapidated temple. Everything is fallen, and it would have been worse. So they have recreated a temple now. This is how it is done. So the main structure stays. Some conservation has been done. The main base which was there has been recreated, and somewhere they have used the elements of the older temple. Of course, these are the very new elements. But now you look at the Kirtimukhas. So they have been used from the earlier structure. The Gajatara you see has some erotic posture. So all these things have been recreated from the original structure. Now here, the temple is anyways falling apart. We don't know when it will fall, but see the brick supports that has been given. You can see a Dikpal in the Gavaksha there. And look at the beautiful shikaras. It reminds us of the Bhumija style. This is a headless figure here. This is of course combination of two, a sculpture and a shikara combined. This temple number 2 and 3, now nothing much of these temples remains, but temple number 2 now again indicates that there would have been earlier attempts done as restoration, because we find three types of stones used. So you can see the red sandstone and the normal sandstone and the other attempts that were made. Also look at the style. So the one you see in the center would have been original structure, and the one on the side looks like the restoration attempts. You can see on the Lalat Bimba or the Dwar Shakha that the Jinnah is still there. The rightmost shrine, the support is required. Now, anywhere we don't have any idols except for the Nagar Parkar thing. You look at the restoration. This is the other side. Now here also you can see the window that is there, or the niche that is there, has a different stone, and the other elements are restoration attempts. The shikaras on top are very recent restoration attempts. Just look at the beauty. And here there are multiple pillars. If I remember correctly, 13 or 17 pillars inside the same temple. Now these are the restoration attempts using the same earlier members which were there. So thank you very much. And we need to give credits to two people. So Ashwani Bhai or Ashwani Jain, who has been frequenting to Pakistan in the past 25 years and has done a commendable job in Multan, Sindh, other regions of Pakistan, Punjab. And Ms. Zahida Kadri from the Culture, Tourism and Antiquities Department of the Government of Sindh, who actually assisted here. Now, this entire project started because the department from Sindh also wants to restore these things, these structures, and they have very less knowledge of the Jain heritage, Jain iconography, Jain philosophy, Jain art and architecture. So they approached us. We have actually made a team of around 12 people, which includes architects, conservation architects, Sompuras, archaeologists, paint experts, experts from Jain philosophy, so that we can have a proper documentation. But because of the geopolitical tensions between the two nations as of now, let's hope that we go ahead and we are in communication and we are getting a lot of data from the department in Sindh. So we need to thank them, and also we need to thank INSTUCEN Trust to let us share our exploration in Sindh on this platform. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, um, Monish, and your entire team, and the team in Pakistan, and of course, Mr. Ashwani Jain, who brought this to everybody's notice. Uh, we were very biased and we gave you more time because I think you took us out of India and you made us archaeological explorations in South Asia, thanks to your paper. And I really think that this is a paper which is completely unique because this kind of data is almost completely unknown to us in India. So, honestly, I mean, just very, very grateful to you for doing this. Uh, Mr. Vimal Shah is also here. Thank you very much, Vimal, for this. I think this is a very good project and it will bring both the countries closer, and we should be involved in this. Uh, Bhavna Rathod says this is very much similar to the Kubba temple in Chittorgarh. Would you like to comment on this?
Sorry, I was on mute. So somewhere, yes, because the stylistic similarities are going to be there. So I'll be presenting on another paper later in the day, but that does not cover, it covers a similar region. So if you look at the pillars, if you look at now if you look at the dome changes with the region. You can see there is some influence, some Islamic influence also. And some of because Sompuras, they travel from the same region. The Karagis which are there, they travel from Rajasthan and Gujarat. So even if you go to Maharashtra today, you'll find the similar temples. And also today, in the modern time, in the 21st century, we are, making a lot of changes to the way temples are made. But if you look at the Sthapatya earlier, there is nothing like a Hindu temple or a Jain temple. The architecture wise, it's almost the same temple. At some places, the decorative things changes, and the main thing is the Garbhagriha. The idol in the Garbhagriha points towards the faith. That's what I would like to say.
Thank you, sir. So lots of comments. Mrs. Karnik says that was brilliant. Shelina says this is amazing. Thank you. Sneha Chauhan says amazing session. Thank you. Jen says great work. Vinay Khare says that there is a Godiji Pashuna temple of Jain Ghar Derasar in Parel near Prabhadevi station. And he also asks whether this is Kavi art. Is this Kavi art? You have to unmute.
Yes, I would not be the right person to comment on it. Maybe we can have it done from our paint expert. Is it
Vimalji?
on YouTube?
What is on YouTube?
The question?
The question is on YouTube.
Okay.
Vimalji, would you like to answer that if this is Kavi art?
No, I do not have idea about Kavi art.
So Biplav says that was an amazing presentation, Munish. Vinay also wants to know, are the villagers nearby the Tharparkar temples Hindus today?
Yes, it is largely populated by Hindus. There are Muslims as well, a large population of Hindus. Particularly in Tharparkar and Sindh area, there are many Hindus.
So the
So
earlier
restoration
question
is
by
by
Vinay.
local authorities or with some help from India?
So far, all the restoration has been done by the Culture, Tourism, Antiquities and Archives Department of the Government of Sindh. But yes, we have been talking to them, and probably the next round of restoration might be a joint effort.
Just to answer Vinay Khare's earlier question, whether it is near Prabhadevi station. So this is at Paiduni.
So Vivek Kadam says, which type of material should be used for and while restoration of temples and other archaeological structures? Is cement a good material for restoration of temples and other archaeological structures?
Cement is not at all a good material. So we can have the use of cement at some places where it is very much necessary and it is unavoidable. But there are conventional techniques that can be used. So that is the reason we need to have conservation architects who can actually guide us on the restoration of heritage temples. What we have done here is that along with conservation architects, we have also taken on board Sompuras, because we also have to look at the conventional technique of making the temples. So it should be a joint effort. That's what I would like to say. And if you have to do the restoration, we have to go and identify the stone, from where it was sourced. Was it sourced from a nearby quarry? And if it is still available today, if it works out, and if we get the right people who can source it for us, nothing like that. But in absence of those, we have to shift to the modern techniques also.
So in most cases, preferably any restoration done should be reversible. That is very important, Vivek. Uh, Cement, concrete, make sure that it is not reversible. So we try to use plaster in such a way that we can reverse the effects of the plaster. We can remove the plaster without doing damage to the monument itself if any changes need to be made in the future. So you see, but one time restoration is not forever. There will be restoration required periodically and maintenance required to ensure that what is restored is safeguarded. So in India, sadly, we do not have, and it is the same for our neighbors, we do not have the case of preventive maintenance of our temples. We wait till something is falling apart before we repair it. So that is why these things need to be looked into in a different manner.
The use of brick supports I felt was very wise, in that the bricks can be removed at any point of time and replaced, rather than cementing them in and then making things difficult for the next guy. I think that was very wise of them.
So this is a very typical thing, Ramesh, which is done as an emergency stopgap measure. When you know that there is a great weakness in a pillar member or an architrave or whatever it is, you immediately put up this kind of a support so that it does not give way while you're figuring out exactly what to do. So the hope would be that there would be further restoration which would not require this support. But in the meantime, this support is definitely there. Also, you can identify this support is not original. That is why usually a naked brick support is put up. But then again, there are multiple ways of looking at this and things. Ramesh sir also says that the Sindhis have been conserving Buddhist sites very well. And when he was working for the Buddhist Studies diploma on his research, he also was very amazed by the things that they set out to do. Adil Desai has another comment where he says Kavi art is basically from Goa and Maharashtra, from the Sindhudurg district. So Vinay, that is quite far away from Sindh. So I don't think it is that simple. The art of Sindh, as Ramesh sir says, is much closer to the art of Rajasthan and Gujarat. And what applies to Kutch will also automatically almost apply to Sindh. Sharanya Banshpal asks, yes,
Yeah, I
please.
just recollect. So I'm not able to recollect the exact name, but when we had spoken to the painting expert, he had actually mentioned a form of art that comes from the Gujarat and the Rajasthan belt. Yes, thank you, Ramesh, for reminding me. There's a particular form of art, and there are artists there. So there's a high possibility that they don't exist in Pakistan today.
This is the Dholamaru art.
A Dhola Maru and a variant closer to it also.
So there will be a specific Jain variant to Dholamaru also. Most definitely, because there was a large number of Jain monuments which were painted and plastered. Today, of course, the Jains are moving towards uh, changing the cladding of their monuments to
Marble.
marble. So therefore, the plaster and the paint is now, not really in demand any longer. Sharanya Banshpal asks, is there any type of material which you can use in restoration which cannot harm the monument? Would you like to take that, Monish?
Yes. So some form of intrusion is always going to be there. जो original है, original है. If you ask a dentist whether the new tooth that has been implanted is going to be as good as original, no. But it is some form of salvage that can be done so that you can also have that accrued. So here, yes, some intrusive techniques are going to be there, but lime plaster, as sir already mentioned, if you can bring in the original material, you have to also do the analysis whether the structure which is there can actually take the load of the new members that you are going to introduce. So all these analysis are done. In case if the heavier material is not going to, solve the case, there is a use of lighter materials. But to answer that, if they are not going to harm, they are going to harm some way or the other. But I think sir can give more insights into it.
Sadly, painted plaster inside a temple is one of the first casualties when you have to look at the structure, the superstructure, and preserve that. If you don't preserve the superstructure and it collapses, then the paintings are going to be lost in any case. So it's a very devil's choice thing. Nelson Menezes says that he feels the paintings also resemble the Fard paintings, especially the elephants and the colors used in the paintings that you've shown. So that is also, I suppose, a possibility. Chalo, we have spent a decent time on this, and we have given more time to Monish and Vimalji and Jainacharya. So we will now switch to the next session.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for
Thank you,
coming
sir.
here and sharing with us. And we're very, very happy that you used our platform for this. Thank you very much, Monish, and your entire team. So, well, we won't waste too much time. The next speaker is Mr. Nelson Menezes. Mr. Nelson Menezes works with the IGNCA in Baroda, and he has been doing some very, very serious explorations in Baroda city itself, very much like the salted explorations that we conducted in Mumbai. And his paper, Rediscovering Baroda's Lost Heritage, a comprehensive study of scattered sculptures and artifacts, is next. Nelson, the floor is yours. He, of course, is
Thank you,
also
sir.
one asked to.
I am not able to start my camera, but I'll start sharing my PPT. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes,
Hello.
Nelson, we can hear you.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm not able to start my camera. I don't know why. It's not loading, but I will start directly with the PPT. So, thank you, sir, for the introduction. And so the entire thing that I've started, this is like I have moved to Baroda a year and a half ago. And because I was a part in Mumbai, like I did some explorations with guidance of Kuru sir and team, I had some idea about exploring artifacts and stuff. So when I moved down to Baroda, I had seen a lot of things like Baroda being a very ancient city, Baroda having its own history, Baroda having a lot of things in common with other parts. Like you have a lot of temples, you have a lot of sites that are there. And also, if you see, Baroda has been explored, has been studied a lot by many historians, archaeologists, and many people. And you find a lot of evidence from prehistory to modern time. You have a lot of rulers coming in, going. You have a lot of things being built, from temples to mosques to a lot of step wells and things. But going back to the history of Baroda, like if you see, when I started understanding Baroda, when I started reading about Baroda, I got to know that there were a lot of excavations being conducted in the early periods by the MSU and a lot of scholars. And specifically, the excavations were on Akota. So Akota is this space in Baroda which is also known as a Jain site or earliest trading spot, and has yielded a lot of evidence of trading and a lot of artifacts that have come out from these spots. There are a lot of excavations that have been taken up in Baroda by many people. But once going through all these sites or through these articles, through these documents, they speak about few artifacts, they speak about potteries, they speak about antiquities that were found and are currently placed in the museum. But when I myself was traveling in Baroda, because if I guess Kurusan knows and many other who know me, I like to travel a lot and I like to explore spaces which are not known or smaller known or lesser known sites. So when I should travel in Baroda, maybe to get something for my office or around my area, I came upon some different artifacts or some different things which I had not seen in the previous articles or in the reports that were mentioned about Baroda. So not wasting time, I'll tell you more about this thing. So basically, I have currently documented, or I'm taking in my presentation, around 21 sites that I documented in Baroda. So these are lesser known sites. These are some small shrines, some temples, or basically the entire paper deals on artifacts or antiquities that are loose. They are not part of a temple. They are maybe discarded or maybe broken, and they are like left just to open. And people around have taken up these artifacts and reused them. So these are some sites on the map. This is, if you see this is the current Baroda site or the current city of Baroda. And the entire exploration that I've covered or I have conducted is basically in the heart of the city. So this is like a very dense space. It is a very clustered spaces with new houses. There are houses built during the Gaikwad period. There are a lot of vadas and a lot of things. There are many ancient temples, said to be many ancient temples in this place around Baroda. But these sites or these artifacts that I have found or I have located have no mention in any other documents that I have read. If anyone has any data, they can also update. So these are the names of my 21 sites with their location. So starting with the first, the Bhimnath temple. So this is a temple site also very close to the site of Akota. So this temple is actually located on a mount. It's very close to a riverbank and it's on a mount. It's a very beautiful temple of a modernized temple, but also it's said to be an ancient temple built around 13th, 14th century or even later. So the main thing about this is I'm not discussing on the temple, but the artifacts that are left on the back or behind the temple. So when I was taking around in this temple, I came across these artifacts which were probably found by the people or by the temple or around people, and they were brought back to this temple. So these, seeing the artifacts or seeing the stones, one can identify that they might have been destroyed or during some war or some attack, or they might have been broken down from a temple. If you see this image or most of the images, they have been smoothened. Like if you have, if you if you you throw a stone in a riverbed or a river, and the water washing away the stone dissolves or kind of makes the stone smooth. So you have a lot of these remnants of watermarks and stuff on these stones. So most probably these stones were recovered from the riverbed. So you can see a Vishnu image over here. There is a Vaishnavi, a standing Vaishnavi. Then you have an Indra image in the center. Then you have a Uma Maheshwar. There are some images which are not identifiable. So like the first image over here is a Vaishnavi, probably because you can see a Sudarshan Chakra in one of her hand. And the second image here is an Indra. So basically, I had no idea what this image looked like and this was like a very badly shaped image. But after consulting a lot of art historians, Kurush sir himself, and there are few elements that point out that he could be Indra by seeing there is a small elephant-like structure near his leg, and his hand he holds a vajra. So could be Indra with a chauri bearer behind him. Then you have a dancing Apsara, which is also worn out. And after that, you have an Uma Maheshwar image. You can see the matted hair. You can see a very beautiful image. A lot of these images have been reused. So people around are reusing these images and they're worshipping them even today, even though they are broken. They are like, as per we say that the images are khandit or they are broken. As per the Hindu traditions, we do not worship broken idols. They are said to be left aside or they are not to be worshipped. But here, for an instant, we see that people have reused these images in some other form and they are yet worshipping them. This is the site 2 that we see, that is Kamnath Mahadev Temple. And Kamnath Mahadev Temple is a very interesting site because again, it is on the bank of the Vishwamitri River. This site is actually a cluster of temples. So these temples are actually votive temples dedicated to maybe royalties or some like big people who died or like who were cremated over here. And as per Hindu traditions in ancient times or in earlier times, once a person is cremated or after his death, there are rituals that are being done. And one of it is to erect a Shiva temple in his memory. So majorly you can see that thing on basically like royalty. So if there is a male descendant who's died, so you build a Shiva temple in his memory. And if there is a female who's dead, you build a Tulsi Vrindavan in her memory. So this site has huge number of Shiva temples and Tulsi Vrindavans scattered around. But this is an ancient site, and for an ancient, you can see that there is a small panel over here, which is also from a broken temple. Could be from some of these temples that are there around here, or maybe a later period. Most of these temples around have been encroached or reused by people, and there are many people staying inside the temple. But the specific thing that I wanted to show is this panel that you see on the screen. It has a very interesting part where you can see a Surya, a Vishnu, a Lakulish image, and a Brahma image. So basically, Lakulish cult or the Nath cult is very strong in Baroda region because of Kaya Varvan, very close to Baroda, because this is the birthplace said to be of Lakulish. So you see a lot of images of Lakulish in this entire space. So these are some images from the site. So you can see temples, smaller temples or shrines dedicated. So most of these are Shiva shrines, and you can see some Tulsi Vrindavans also. But what has happened is people have started encroaching these places and they have started building houses inside the temple and around the temple. So they have been like, it's kind of clustered and the temple and the site is losing its importance. Then coming to the site 3. Site 3 is Neelkantheshwar Mahadev. So this is a temple, again a group of temples, a Ganesha temple, a Shiv temple. The temple is said to be during the Gaikwad period or built during the Gaikwad period, but also it has its traditions way older than Gaikwad period. The interesting part about this temple was when I was taking a stroll in the compound, I came across these sculptures or these stones that are kept around. So majorly there are heads or broken heads of images that are kept, and they are very nicely placed on a pedestal or a platform made of like a tile platform near a banyan tree. So if you closely see, you can see there are few Jain images in this. So I can identify these 3 as Jain images, and there are few images that are unidentifiable. So basically, there are people who worship the head. So there are many places or many sites that have heads or broken images or broken heads of sculptures that are reused as different gods. So if people might be knowing about the cult of Barbaric or Badya Babji that we commonly call in Baroda. So this is the story of this character whose head was being cut off by Sri Krishna before the Mahabharata war. And it is said that he is also worshipped in this form as a head. So he is not worshipped in a full form, but he is worshipped as a head. So the cult of this image also is very popular in this region. That's why wherever there is a head found, people try and get it placed near a tree and start worshipping it. Even though this is a Jain image, people worship it as Badya Babji, and the images have lost their original identity, I can say. Then this is another image on the other side of the tree. So this is, you can see a female deity or a goddess with 2 attendees that are there. So this could be a part of a pillar or a side wall of a temple. So this is again from the site 3. Then site 4 is a cluster of two temples. So this is basically a space called Kareli Bagh, and it's on a crossroad. So there are two temples just opposite each other. But this is a very interesting part, that there are some broken fragments of temples that are randomly placed over here. And you can see small shikharas over here. You can see small broken structures. And they are just lying around over there. People do not touch it or anything. They are just kept. Could be that they are from broken temples around, or they were found during some construction nearby, and people bought it near this temple. The interesting part about this was this. So the shrine inside. So this entire thing is a small rebuilt shrine or a new shrine on the crossroad, and this is the deity inside the shrine. So you can see, so this is basically Varai Mata. So they call it Varai Mata, or this is a folk goddess. So we have a lot of folk goddesses that have been worshipped in Gujarat and these places. So Varai Mata is a goddess who rides a buffalo, and she also is a very important goddess in this region. So basically, they had found this image of goddess, and they have reused it in this manner. So these are two images. So basically, this image without a sari will look like this. And a lot of images have been used, these eyes, or I can say googly eyes, that are there. So you find a lot of images that have these eyes put up, and they have been painted and decorated and given divinity. So this image also is a part of a temple, which is now reused as Varai Mata. And very interestingly, on the opposite side of this temple, on the other side of the road, there is another Shiva temple, also called as Nilkanteshwar Mahadev. Uh, a very small temple, a house temple, you can say, not too elaborate or something. So, but when I was crossing around this temple, I just thought I should visit every temple that came my way. And once I went up the stairs, outside the temple, they had made a small platform with granite and everything, and they had placed these four images on it. So there is a small baharwak or kichak you can see over here. Also, they have put eyes on these. Then there is a small image which has a beard. So probably it could be an Agni image that I feel. Then you have a female torso, and behind that there is a marble head, again of a Jain Tirthankar. Then on the opposite side of these images in the wall, they have these small images that have been placed inside the wall. So they are also part of some temple that were found around this space. And people have reused these images. They have placed them outside some temples and have started worshipping them. Another image at site 5. So this is a very newly built temple of Amba Mata. So the main image, so there are this image, this temple has around, so if we go to any site or a new temple, generally temples have 4 to 5 different shrines or goddesses placed. So you have Ganesh, you have different other images. But this temple like has many other gods. This is the main idol of Amba Mata that is said. And it is also very similar to the previous image that we saw of Varai Mata. So there is a goddess in the center with two attendees, and they have again colored the face. They have put a lot of sindoor vermilion on it. They have put a gold crown, and also they have decorated the attendees. So this could be a very bigger part of the pillar or the wall. So they have basically used this entire site. Then, am I audible? Sorry, I don't see anyone. Hello, hello.
Yes, you're very audible.
Sorry. So this is one side. Then there is a side number 6. So this is Shitla Mata temple. So on the street, so there is a small space which has a huge collection or a huge community of the Rabari people. So they have placed a huge number of these sculptures on a small pedestal on the roadside, and they worship it as Shitla Mata. So while traveling, seeing these sculptures, I got very excited and just went to see them. For me, these are artifacts, or these are parts of broken temple, and there were some people sitting near this temple. There was a group of women sitting near this temple who basically thought I am here for darshan or to worship. So they started explaining me which idol is what. So they worship these as Shitla Mata and the heads as Badiya Babji and Shiv also. So there is Shiva, they worship it as Shiva. So basically, a lot of these images have been collected by people from different spots and are being reused. Then coming to site number 7. Site number 7 is Siddhanath Mahadev temple, or Siddhanath Mahadev is a cluster of temples again, very close to a lake called as Siddhanath Lake. So these temples were in the cluster of the Navnath temple. So Baroda has a huge cluster of Navnath temples, and this is one of the Navnath temples that has been worshipped. And outside this Navnath temple, there is a small enclosure or a small shrine-like thing that has been built by the people. And they have placed few icons or few sculptures around. So if you see closely, you can see few heads, broken heads over here. You have a Uma Maheshwar, you can see the Trishul over here, and a very badly eroded Nandi. Then you have some Kichakas, you have a Ganesh image. So you have a Ganesh image, which is a very beautifully carved Ganesh. Not very common to the Maratha period Ganesh, but a very interesting Ganesh. And then again you have some Bharvaks, some Kichaks that are there. Another image of the similar goddess on a panel with 2 attendees. And some images of Parvati that you can see over here. So these images are also part of the temple or could have been collected by people from the lake or around. And these are placed in this small enclosure that you see over here. So this is like the small dome-like thing and they have kept around. So this Navnath temple that is there gets a lot of visitors, but this small shrine, I visit this shrine or this location very often. Because this is very close to the local market. So whenever you cross this space, this is like filled with people. Like any time of the day, you find a lot of people coming and worshipping over here. Is specifically because of this head, which again is worshipped as Shiv or basically Badiya Babji. So people do worship. There's a lot of worship that happens over here. Just opposite to this structure, there is a wall, and there are these 3 images stuck on the wall. So these side 2 smaller images are very badly eroded, but one of this, like the sitting one, could be of Lakulish, because you can see a small erection like thing over here, but I'm not sure because it is very badly eroded and it has been washed with a lot of paint on it. The center image is a standing posture. First, I imagined or I thought it could be an Apsara or a dancing Apsara. But discussing it with a lot of people, I thought I got some answer that this could be a yogic posture or a yogic image which of a sadhu or someone who's standing, who is doing a standing yoga or a meditating pose. And very close, like just behind this wall, was a hidden step well. So there are many step wells that have been found in Baroda, that have been documented, that have been located, but never found this step well over there. This is kind of clustered inside various houses and walls, and people have like forgotten the step well. Very recently, when we were exploring and we found, and people realized that there was a step well behind these temples. And these are the domes that are there. So this could be the entrance of the stepwell, which is again reused as temples. So basically they have covered the entrance of the temple and they have used the domes to be...
5 minutes to go, Nelson.
Okay, sir, I'll just quickly
Speed it up.
run through the... Then there is another temple, site 8, which has some other Apsara images and broken structures. These are some other temple sites that are there which have broken images. And this is a very interesting image, not identifiable what it is, but it is being used as a Hanuman. Then site 11 has This is Anandeshwar Mahadev, which has a tree outside it and has some broken sculptures around it. Then site 13 basically is Bhadrakali temple. This is a very interesting site because the temple is basically built inside a fortification wall. So this is a gate of the fortification. You can see the wooden door. So basically, the entrance of the fort was closed, and the entire structure is used as a temple now. So you can see the wooden door of the fortification just behind this site. Then site number 14 is a very interesting site for me because this was found very close to my house on an evening stroll. So these were some pillar fragments or some base of the temple that were located. And very interestingly, there were some shikaras, smaller shikaras or urushungas that we call, located very close to a house. So this person who stays here has decorated all these artifacts outside his house and is using them as monuments or stands for his pots. So you have a lot of these images outside this space. Seeing the size of this images or these artifacts, these antiquities, you can identify that this could be a very huge temple that was there standing in this location. I didn't find any specific reference of this temple or this location over here. So in Baroda, there are many temples, said to be many temples, but didn't find any reference to any temple in this area of Manjalpur, where I stay. And very close, there is a small broken shrine or a broken Islamic structure, which is also like a mosque or you can say a dargah. But close observation can say that this could be a temple site which was reused as a dargah or another space. Then there are smaller shrines that are there inside lanes or inside smaller hamlets that are there. So people have collected a lot of artifacts and used. So this site number 16 is interesting because they have collected small round structures. And one of these, like few of these are actually stone cannonballs that were used in the early period. And people have collected these sculptures, broken heads, and parts of temples and made smaller shrines. And you can see that they have grilled and made smaller enclosures for them. Again, you can see there are heads being worshipped. So there is a Jain Tirthankara head, there are matted hair, could be Shiva heads that are there. There are temple fragments that are there. Again, there is a very famous museum that is the Maharaja Fateh Singh Museum of this place. So the museum has two artifacts outside the museum, and inquiring with the curator, they do not have any idea on where do these artifacts come from. As per the curator, it was found inside the palace compound. So this image in the center is an image of Lakulish. You can very closely identify it. And then there is an image of a Chamundi or a Chamunda basically, or a Bhairava, very badly eroded. And most of these temples are part of, say, if you see these pillar fragments, so basically all the goddesses images could be parts of such pillar fragments. This is not in Baroda, but very close to Baroda and maybe a part of my next topic of discussion. And thank you. So basically,
Thank you very much, Nathan.
This was entire thing found in Baroda. I have basically preliminarily documented all these sites and these places in Baroda. And I would like to do some more further research with people or a lot of more discussions on these things. And it would be more interesting to identify and locate if these things could be of some other temples or some lost temples of the region. Thank you, sir. And I would again like to thank Rahul Tiwari for taking me to these places, who used to take his scooty around in Baroda, and also Kurush sir to encouraging me to work on Baroda and to create this presentation, and also my director, Ms. Arupa Leri, who also helped me or promoted me to go out during work hours or on holidays and work on these things. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Nelson. That was a lovely presentation, a bit long, but never mind. Ramesh sir says the Vitthal Sarana temple in Thane answers to this practice of memorializing people. Mugda ma'am says, wow, for the step well. And I think it was a fascinating this thing. Ramesh also thinks you should do a monograph, Nelson, on the various different finds at various different locations with their, detailed descriptions, so on and so forth. I again concur very much with this. Uh, are there any questions on? Yes. So let's see whether. Vinod Kumar Jain says something about the Ekavira temple. Uh, Vinay Khare says the heads were found and assembled here. Similar heads are found in one cave, Punakeshwar, and one in Patgaon village. Where can I read about this head worship cult? So, would you like to talk about this head worship cult, please?
So basically, head worshipping in Baroda or the region that I've like when I discussed with people or when I interacted with people, it is said that so there is a story of, as I said, Barbaric or Badia Babji that they call. So this is this is the god who actually was involved in Mahabharata, like whose head was being cut before the Mahabharata war by Krishna, and he's a very important god said to be in the Kali Yuga, and he is worshipped only as a head. So whenever you see people, whenever like people around here, I come across, so people, what they do is they find these specific heads and they take it as Badia Babji, because there is a specific iconography of Badia Babji with a torso, like his body till his chest, so his head and his torso. But again, if people do not find that image, there are many heads that are there, and they call it to be Swayambhu image or things like that. So whenever they are constructing sites or they are building a house, they're putting up a foundation or digging around a road, they come across these temples or they come across these artifacts that are there, basically heads. And then they are used as Badia Babji or Swayambhu Badia Babji or images of this god. I guess that's what I feel.
Mugda Karnik ma'am says there are Masoba heads also like that, which Nelson called Badia Babuji. So you might want to add to that, Nelson.
So basically, sir, in this region, I have not yet found, because as many things that I've seen, like all these 21 sites and all the spaces wherever I have located these heads, people do tell it as Barbaric or Badia Babji, and they worship it as that. Specifically, that even if it's a Jain image, they have specified that image to that itself. And
So
the
it
region,
can,
yes, ma'am, yes, sir.
so it can be the same deity worshipped under different names, but the general
Yes,
belief system is the same.
yes,
So
yes, yes.
what?
It
So
could be
what
the
is
same
Masoba
thing.
in Maharashtra could be Badia Babji in Gujarat. Just as I
So,
had
sir, I'm
pointed out.
not sure on the story of Masoba. Like if I could, if I would read
Masoba is
about.
not sacrificed at the eve of the Mahabharata war. So I think this would be a different, a
Yes,
mythology whatsoever. Uh, Regan Criado wants to know whether the stepwell is still in use and whether the water is clean.
no, the stepwell actually is not in use because it was very recently discovered, and so there is no entrance to the stepwell. The stepwell has huge vegetation growing in. There is water there, like you can see water there, but most of the stepwells in Baroda are not in use because because it's like stagnant and people are using it for religious purposes. They are doing a lot of rituals and all around the stepwells thing, but they are not used for drinking purposes.
Thank you.
Can I say something about this masoba? They are also strewn across Maharashtra, and there are rounded heads and big rocks, and there are some sculptures also, which are called as masoba. Hmm. Nobody exactly knows what it is, but it has definitely got something to do with the Reda Bari or the buffalo sacrifice. Okay, but no work has been carried out. I'm not asking Nelson to do it, but I'm saying from Maharashtra somebody could do a project on this and correlate maybe
Yes.
later. That's my suggestion.
Very good suggestion. Bhavna Rathod says Khatu Shyam temple near Jaipur, Ringas. Bhavna, would you like to tell us more about it? She says head is worshipped as the god Barbari.
Yes, sir. Khatu Sham is basically barbaric. So basically, Khatu Sham, barbaric, or Badya Babji, they are all one god.
Okay.
If you go towards Rajasthan side or North Gujarat, they call him Khatu Sham, and he is said to be the god of the Kali Yuga because he was being given a boon by Krishna that he will be worshipped as Khatu Sham, that is the second name of Krishna in Kali Yuga, as per legends.
Okay. Vinay Khare asks, is there any history of vandalism in the area, seeing so many scattered idols?
Yes, sir, there are many wars that were taken place there. So the space of Baroda has seen a lot of destruction, has seen a lot of war in various periods. So we do not know that these sculptures could be of, like, obviously they are very early period sculptures, but there is no specifications to which temple they could belong or when would they might have been destroyed, because could be they were destroyed and thrown away, or they were broken and been discarded in rivers or lakes, because we don't have any specific temple sites over there. There are many other broken or temple ruins on the outskirts of Baroda. There are many temple sites that I've discovered which are not in the presentation, which I'm working on still. So there are many temple sites that are there, which has just plinths of the temple, huge plinths. There are just broken sculptures around, fallen around, and there are many sites that show destruction of temples around Baroda and in Baroda.
Thank you very much, Nelson. Bhavna Pundir says there is a Khatusham temple in Rajasthan and he is the son of Ghatotkach.
Yes, sir. Yes, he's the son of Ghatotkach. He is the grandson of Bhim.
And
So,
his head is checked out by Krishna. Very interesting.
yes, so basically, Ghatotkach, the son of Ghatotkach, had a boon by Bhagwati saying that he had some arrows, and he could, like, basically he could turn the fate of Mahabharat, and he had promised that he would be in the part of the losing side. So when Krishna goes to talk to him, he says that I will be at the part on whoever loses. So if he takes that decision, he could change his part anytime wherever the person is losing. So the war wouldn't end. So which is why Krishna had to take a decision and ask him his head for that matter. And then his head, he said that he had seen the entire war with his head. His head was being placed in a space where he could see the entire war. There are many stories around him.
Okay, very interesting. So thank you very, very much again for this very interesting this thing. Rahul Tihari says Vadodara के पास में एक जगह है, वहाँ local people believe करते हैं कि this is the birthplace of Barbaric or Badya Bapuji, and this might be something that you want to go and visit also, Nelson.
That's something I'll be visiting very soon.
Very good, very good. Thank you, Rahul. Thank you very much. So, okay. So, thank you very much, Rahul. And the next speaker is Riddhi Joshi. Riddhi Joshi will take us away from Western India and take us directly to towards Eastern India and on the Chhattisgarh Madhya Pradesh border. Um, she will be talking about the explorations of the temple of Bhuramdev in Chhattisgarh. So, thank you very much, Riddhi. And we look forward to your presentation. The floor is yours. Riddhi, of course, is, as everybody knows, my strong right hand and is also been involved in a lot of things at INSTUCEN and has been with us for the last 8 or 9 years. So thank you very, very much and welcome.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Is my screen visible to everybody?
Yes.
Okay. So, as sir said, I will be taking you to the east of India, but somewhere or the other, you will find traces of what was discussed yesterday and what was discussed in the presentation before. So, you will see some traces of Nelson's presentations and some traces of Shivam's presentation in my presentation as well. Okay, so I will be taking you to Chhattisgarh, and these explorations were carried out by me on 15th of February 2024, when I had gone for a visit to Chhattisgarh, Orissa, and Madhya Pradesh. And I happened to visit this temple just for the reason that I got to know that there's an old temple here which belongs to the Kalachuri period. So just for that reason, I had decided to visit this temple. So this is how the temple looks like, and this is the location of the temple of Bhoramdev. So it is exactly on the borders of Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh. So in the map, I'll just point it out. Here is Chhattisgarh. 1 minute, I'll just take the laser pointer. Yes. So this is Chhattisgarh over here, Madhya Pradesh, and this is exactly on the borders. So this is Bhoramdev temple over here, and it is on the foothills of the Michael range. So the Michael ranges are the one which divide the two states, that is Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh, and Bhoramdev is on the foothills of this Michael range. The tehsil is Kavardha, and the district is called as Kabir Dham. Now, there is a reason why it is called as Kabir Dham also, because it is believed to be a very important seat of the followers of Kabir, which is why it is called as Kabir Dham. And obviously, as I said, the state is Chhattisgarh. Now, this is what the area looks like. So these are the three archaeological complexes that are there in the area. Apart from that, there are complete forests all around. So this is the Bhoramdev Talab, opposite to which you have the Bhoramdev temple. Today, it is a very important picnic spot because a lot of people come here on a Sunday for doing boating in the lake. So that is the reason. Then apart from that, there is something known as the Cherki Mahal, which also belongs to the Ratanpur Kalachuris. And there is the Shri Madhva Mahal, which also belongs to the same period. So these are the three complexes which are in the same area at a distance of about 2 or 3 kilometers. And what I am going to be specifically talking about is this Bhoramdev temple. So this is what the temple looks like. This is the aerial view of the temple. And there are temples around also, but because of the trees, you'll not be able to see them right now. So this is the main Bhoramdev temple. Actually, it consists of 5 temples. So this is the main hall, the mandapa, which has the shikhara over here is missing. And this is the Garbhagriha. There is another temple over here. As I said, there are 5 temples. So there is a older temple next to it. Then there is a Chamunda temple. There is a Bhairava temple here somewhere. And there is a Hanuman temple over here. So in all, there are 5 temples. So we will go one by one to each temple and talk about it. So this is the main temple, the Bhoramdev temple that I told you about. And this is a east facing temple. So this is the front view. And this temple, the period is 11th century. Now, this is on the basis of the inscriptions which are found inside. But even though the inscription says 11th century, there are a lot of debates about who the temple really was made by, and whether it is a bigger, huge dynasty or whether it is made by the feudatories of this big dynasty, which is the Kalachuris of Ratanpur. And somewhere or the other, we will also be dealing with this mystery when we talk about this. So the name Bhoramdev by itself is a word which is coming from the Gond language. So a lot of this entire area is surrounded by a lot of tribals. So these Gond people call Shiva Bhoramdev in their language, which is why the temple is called as Bhoramdev. So as I said, it is a Shiva temple and east facing. There are 3 entrances. So one from here, this side and this side as well. So south and north. This is the south view of the temple, from where also you can enter the temple. It is a Bhumija shrine in the Nagara style. And there are something known as the Kakshasana, so where you can sit. So there is a sitting area over here, and on all the 3 sides. From where you have the entrance, from all the 3 sides, there are places to sit. This is the north view of the temple. Sadly, we can't get an exact side view from the north because there is another structure next to it. And therefore, it's very difficult to capture the entire of the north side of the temple. So this is the back view of the temple. This is a Saptaratha temple. So it has 7 projections and 7 bhumis. So and a Trijanga temple. So these are the terms which are specifically used in temple architecture. So the rathas means the projections. Bhumis are these smaller this floors that you see of the shikhara. And each of the Devakoshthas, these niches, has images of different gods. So these are some of the details of the temple, the exteriors of the temple. So what is very something to notice and very interesting is that the architect of this temple has used different colored stones to highlight some of the deities. So the main deities which are on the outside in the Devakoshthas are in a darker stone as compared to the other sculptures which are found on the walls of the temple. So the entire temple is embellished with a lot of amorous sculptures. And this temple, somewhere or the other, is largely taking its architectural style from the Chandelas. So the Chandelas who made Khajuraho, this temple is somewhere or the other stylistically very, very similar to the Chandelas. And therefore, this temple is locally also known as the Khajuraho of Chhattisgarh. It is a mixture of some motifs that you see here are also seen in the Sun Temple at Konark. So it is basically a mix between what style was used in Madhya Pradesh and the style of Orissa. So here you can see a Chamunda. This image I'll be talking about in detail later on. This is a Ganesha over here, a dancing Ganesha. This is a Narasimha. And then I talked about all the amorous sculptures all around. And there are very beautiful this depictions of elephants and lions and people dancing, playing musical instruments, all of that along the entire temple. So this is the plan of the temple. As I said, this is the main entrance and there are other two entrances. And there is a Sankan Garbhagriha. So you have to go down 10 steps and then you enter the Garbhagriha. Inside the Garbhagriha, to the right of the door jamb, there is a very, very interesting image. And as you clearly see in the image, this part, the yoni, is separate from the image above. And there are 4 inscriptions in all that we see around this. So first inscription, which goes completely this way. The second inscription, which is here. The third inscription, which is here. And the fourth one, which is here. So in all, there are 4 different inscriptions. Now, the first inscription clearly says that this image is an image of a jogi. And so it belongs to somebody who is a jogi or a ascetic. And during his time, he is a person who is known for all the different types of art. So the words they say, Sarva Kalao mein Pravinya. The verses are all in Sanskrit, but that is what it says. The second inscription, which is over here to the left, talks about a Maharaja whose name is Lakshman Dev. And they say that Lakshman Dev is a very good ruler. He is as powerful as an elephant. And he has he has many wives. So there are names of his wives. So there is Sindhu Rani, there is Sudha, there is Rata, Padma, Sheela. And all of these people should be happy. So this is somewhere or the other verse which is dedicated to them. All these inscriptions were read by V.V. Mirashi. Then the third inscription, which goes down over here, is of an earlier period. And this inscription says that it is this inscription is written during the time of Raja Gopal Dev. And it gives a date also. It gives us a date of Samvat 840, which is the actual date is 1038. And so somewhere around the 11th century itself. And it says the fourth one over here, which is a continuation of this one, says that he has established an image of Uma Maheshwara. So these are the 4 inscriptions. Now, this inscription is an earlier one than the one over here, because Gopal Dev and Lakshman Dev, both of these are the local rulers who are a part of the Fani Nagavanshi dynasty, who were the feudatories of the Kalachuris of Ratanpur. And they are associated with this temple. And Lakshman Dev is a grandson and Gopal Dev is his predecessor. So automatically the Gopal Dev's period is 11th century and Lakshman Dev comes much later. So these are the 2 rulers who are mentioned. Next important and very interesting inscription is this one, and it says Magaradhwaja Jogi 700. So who is this Magaradhwaja Jogi and how is he related to 700? Because it doesn't say Samvat, it doesn't give any date or anything, it just says 700. So this Magaradhwaja is somewhere or the other a very contemporary of the earlier Kalachuris of Ratanpur, and he has a great following in this region, and he has 700 followers in this region, which is why it is called as Magaradhwaja Jogi 700. And this inscription is repeated at multiple places in this temple. And another important inscription is this one. And if you remember the earlier image which I had shown you, the aerial image of the temple, it clearly showed that there was a shikhara which was missing. And the answer to that lies in this inscription. And it says that this inscription says that it is written in Samvat 1608, which translates to 1551 CE. And it says that this was a temple of somebody called Bhuvan Pal, who also is a part of the Panivanshi Nagavanshi dynasty. And this Bhuvanpal's temple was destroyed in a war, and it was taken over by a ruler whose name is Bahurai, who can be identified with Bahar Sahai ruler of the same Kalachuris of Ratanpur. And he took away the shikhara of this temple as a gift because he had won the war. So he took it as a symbol of his victory with him. So the entire history of the temple comes together in these 4 lines. Then inside the temple itself, in the mandapa, there is this beautiful image of Vishnu and Lakshmi seated on the Garuda. And again, a dancing Ganesha, Ashtabhuja Ganesha. Inside the Garbhagriha, there are multiple images. Sadly, I was not allowed to photograph more than this. So this is the only image I have. And I could not see all of these images in detail. But all these images are also mentioned by Alexander Cunningham when he first comes to this temple. So they were very much there when he had come. And it was inside the Garbhagriha. He also mentions this Naga as a cobra inside the Garbhagriha. Then this image outside the temple is exactly on the Kapili. And this is identified as Lakulisha. So Lakulisha, who is the preceptor of the Pashupata cult of Shaivism. So if he is on the Kapili, which takes you down towards the Garbhagriha from the Mandapa, is it somewhere indicative that yes, he is the preceptor or the guru of the Pashupatism, and which is why he's taking you down from the human world to the world of gods? Is also something that we can answer. Then there is Saraswati over here and a Hanuman in the center. And all of these sculptures around the temple closely show similarity, as I said, with Khajuraho and also the Tantra practices. So was it a very important center for the Pashupatas is also something that we can look for. Next, exactly next to this Bhoramdev temple is this brick temple, which goes back to the 3rd, 4th century CE stylistically. And this also has a sunken Garbhagriha. And the image inside is like this. So it is not actually a Shivalinga, but a broken fragment of the temple. And this is the side view. So it is a much earlier temple which exists. Then there are these other 3 temples that I talked about. This is the Hanuman temple. Hanuman over here has a very interesting shivling in his hand. Then there is a Kal Bhairav temple. And then there is a Chamunda temple. Now, more interesting than this Chamunda temple over here are these 2 sculptures. And this is exactly what I specifically want to be talking about now. So these are the details of the image. This is a warrior over here fighting. This is the hand of a sati, the sun and the moon. So usual things that we see on a hero stone and a sati stone. Next to that, so if I go back to this image, this warrior image is over here and the other image is over here. So this image is again people praying. So this is also a sati stone because you can see the hand over here. Also, very interestingly, the sun and the moon are joined over here, next to which there is a kalasha. And in relief, you can see a Shivalinga. And again a kalash. So this image by itself is also very interesting. And it also gives us a date. There is an inscription at the bottom, which also gives us a date of Samvat 1281. there's a museum around the temple. So whatever fragments were left, there's a tradition in Chhattisgarh that they have maintained across all the temples. And that is that whatever fragments they've found around the old temples, they've all collected it and put it in a museum. Sadly, this museum was closed on the day that I had gone. So this is the only image of the museum that I could find on the internet. But a lot of the fragments which are kept outside are much more interesting. So I'll show you a small video of the outer complex just to give you an idea of what I want to specifically be talking about now. So this is how they have, put the whatever parts and fragments of the temple. And this is a video over here. So if you see, there are fragments all around the complex. And in the center is the temple of Boramdev. And this is that Hanuman temple, which I mentioned. And these are the things that are something to, very interesting and noteworthy. So each of these is a Sati stone and a hero stone together. But should we call it hero stone or not is also a question, and I'll come back to that. So the usual things that we've been seeing on all of these stones is that there is a sun and the moon followed by the hand, and then there is a couple with folded hands. There are more than 30 stones like this all around. And it is not just that they are praying, but a lot of places we will see that they are specifically doing some kind of rituals. So like, for example, over here, if you see this lady is actually doing some kind of rituals. This man over here is also, offering something to the Shivling. So here we just don't see them praying, but also carrying out some or the other kind of rituals. Similarly, over here, they are all folded hands, but each of the couples, if you see, they are not warriors. You can see a bun behind them. They have long beards, so they look more like yogis than warriors. And as I said, there are more than 30 like this. There are no inscriptions, only one which was inscribed that I've already shown you in the beginning. Similarly, over here, this is, both of them are same, but I thought that this is important because there's something on the side also. So either this is some other stone which was already had some kind of a carving and then it was later recarved, or else they tried to make something here and then could not do it. So this is again part of the stone. Again, you see same folded hands and the lady over here having a shivling in her hand. Same motifs followed here. Again, here, if you see, there is some kind of a ritual being carried out. Then why did I say that they can not be called hero stones? Because there are specific other stones which are fighting in the wars. So you can see all of these are belonging to royalty because there is a chhatra on the top. So these are not just plain warriors, but they have a chhatra on the top. So they are maybe some kind of a royalty which they are depicting over here. And there are multiple stones like this also. More than 15 stones like this that I found. So then there are a lot of other temple members. So this may be a Hanuman because we saw similar this sculpture on the Kapili. This is a Narasimha. This is a Kalasha that you see. This is a goddess figure. This is a broken part of a Uma Maheshwara sculpture. This is a Yoni. This is over here. You can see the 7 horses of Surya. This is again a dancing Ganesha, which is being repeated. This image is very interesting because it is a Bhumi Sparsha Buddha. So there are only 2 images like this that I came across. So this is one over here and the other one is here. Now, again, there is a difference whether it is a Jaina image or a Buddha image. But if you see, you can see the Usha Nisha behind, which tells you that this may be the a Buddhist image. So these are only the 2 images that I came across. There might be more in the museum, but I don't know because I couldn't go inside. Then this again is a Surya image, which we can find because of the boots. Another very beautiful perspective is the one which is outside around the temple. And that is these Shivalingas. And you might be thinking there are only 3. But if you see this video and count the number of Shivalingas and the number of Nandis, there are approximately 15 or 20 Shivalingas and Nandis, which are placed one after the other all around the complex. So this is actually a mystery or a question in stone that is being laid behind for us, because it is not very clear who is the maker of the temple. We find the names of different rulers, but the problem over here is the problem with the dates, because some places they mention the Vikram Samvat, some places there is the Shaka Samvat, and they have not mentioned whether it is the Vikram or the Shaka Samvat. We need to calculate and decide which Samvat it is on the basis of what calculation or the what number we are getting. And some places, interestingly, they have also used the Kalachuri Samvat. So the date again at all the places is very, very different. So it becomes a problem to calculate the date of the temple. Second is the presence of so many Shivalingas. So there was definitely some kind of a matha over here. And maybe there was a battle which talks about so many yogis being dead, which is why we see so many of the stones, the Sati stones, and the people who are in whose memory we find all those stones. And a battle was definitely there of some kind, because so many warriors we have seen in the stones that are dedicated to them. Sadly, we have no work being done on this temple except for the documentation initially, which was done by Cunningham and Charles Grant, and one book which has been written by a local person over here. Apart from that, there is no serious work which is being done on the temple as a complex by itself. There are a lot of people who have talked about the architecture and art history perspective, but there is hardly anybody who has, talked about the political history or what made the temple come here and all of that. So there are a lot of questions that Bhuramdev leaves behind for us to solve rather than giving answers. But it is a very interesting perspective that Bhuramdev offers us, and a lot of areas for study and further work also. So thank you so much, and special thanks to Kurush sir, without whom I would have not, even got the idea of doing this. I still remember the day I saw this temple and I called him and I just said, sir, there are 30 hero stones here, and I have no clue why they are here. And then because of him, all of this started, and I started looking at them and, differentiate that, okay, these are warriors and these are not actual battle fighting scenes, or these are battle fighting scenes. So that all happened, or this study actually started because of him. So thank you so much, sir. And thank you everyone for a patient listening.
Thank you very much, Riddhi, for that. Very nice, crisp, tight presentation and keeping to time. Very, very important that. Let's see what kind of comments we have in the chat first. Ramesh sir says the Hanuman with shivling is something that I have never heard of before. Neither have I, Ramesh sir. Have you come across anything like this before, Riddhi?
Sir, when I went to the temple and there was a local person, he just said that this is the only image. And then when I was reading across, a lot of them were, as I said, no documentation actually exists. So a lot of local people have just mentioned that this is the only image, one of a kind image. And plus, I am very doubtful that whether it is actually a shivling, because of the amount of vermilion which is applied, it can be something else also. So for sure, we can't say.
That is an interesting kahani twist. But even Bhavna Rathod says any story behind Hanuman holding the shivling. So yes, I completely.
The local legend is that when Rama was crossing over and he wanted to go to Sri Lanka, that is the time when he decided to pray to Shiva. And he sent Hanuman ki go back to Ayodhya and get me the shivling that I used to pray to. That is the story that the pujari told me. So get me the shivling that I used to pray to. And Hanuman gets late. And in the process, they have already, done everything and they are ready to make the Setu. So that is why he decides that he will make the Rameshwara and pray to it. But since Hanuman has already brought the Shivalinga, he decides to keep it somewhere in between. And that is why this motif of Hanuman with the Shivalinga comes in. That's what the pujari told me.
Thank you. So Vinay Khare says, general question relating to hero stones. One hero stone means memory of one hero in one war or many wars. Vinay, it basically commemorates the death of the hero. So the hero can only die in one battle. So that should answer your question. In the Bhumi Sparsh, is there Vajra on the pedestal, says Vinay?
I didn't see it because I could only see the hand going down and there are two lions at the bottom.
Yeah, and the stalk of the, I think, Padma is there on which Buddha is seated.
Yes.
So, no, there is no Vajra as such. Sucharita Apte says the Lakulish you mentioned, is it the same that was mentioned in the earlier presentation?
Yes, the same.
Earlier matlab
Nelson's presentation.
Anybody else would like to ask any questions, or shall we thank Riddhi for this overload of hero stones and Sati stones? Ritika Rathod says, ma'am, the different stones used for prime deities, is it obtained from somewhere else? And that's why it's only used for specific gods and goddesses? Ritika has a good question.
So most of these stones come from the local areas, from the hill which is around. And otherwise, I have no idea if there is specific stone which is used for a specific deity. I have never heard of that.
No, usually, well, you can have two different karkhanas as such. One which makes the various different parts of the temple itself, and one which makes the various different images that go into the niches. And therefore, the stone may differ. And this might be a very conscious choice also. So very consciously, it is possible that a contrasting colored stone was chosen. We saw this in Monish's presentation also, where the niches at Kharparkar were very often, and the pillars were very often of different colored stone. So this was not phases necessarily, but this was just to give contrast to the temple itself and add aesthetics. So this is an aesthetic choice more than anything else, according to me. Though again, it might just be two different locations where the workshops were and two different colors of stone. Anybody else with any more questions? So there are no more questions. Thank you very, very much, Riddhi. We look forward to a detailed article for publication on this, and as we do from all of our presenters. And with that, I will thank you, and I will ask the last presentation of this morning before pre-lunch session, the documentation of Shilahara period Jaina temple members at village Karivali in the Bhiwandi Taluka of district Thane in Maharashtra. Jain Acharya Bhagwan Suri MS, Siddharth Kailash Kale, Monish Deepak Shah, Dhananjay Sudhir Tatar, and Ramesh Gauri Raghavan. So I cannot say enough about Siddharth, Monish, and Ramesh, who have been doing yeoman service in explorations all over northern Mumbai. Dhananjay, of course, is a younger member of this team, and they are all been very, very ably guided by Jain Acharya Bhagwan Suriji. Bhagyash Suriji.
Bhagyash Suriji.
Bhagyash Suriji, sorry. Forgive my tripping tongue, who has been making sure that they have all the correct Jain data for their work, and who's been overseeing a lot of the things they've been doing. So without any ado, this time, Munish, you have to keep to your time. We will not give you the overseas option. So thank you very much.
Balance, sir. Try to balance.
Thank you very much. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and
yes.
Thank you and good afternoon to all of you again. So this is part of our explorations that have continued various parts of Mumbai, north of the Ulhas Creek. So this actually started. So I will skip the abstract which you have in the abstract book. So we found the gazetteer of Thana district a very valuable tool to start with, and there are various references of various stray antiquities here and there. And we came across this particular plot. So this is a linear timeline, but obviously we went about it non-linearly, and there is a plot in Karivali that was purchased by someone who wishes, while they have very graciously allowed us to explore the site and report its antiquities, they also wish to retain their privacy, so we will not mention their name or the exact location of the site. We came to know of the site actually when we were exploring, Siddharth and myself and Dhananjay, we were exploring Dunge on a completely unrelated project. And the residents of Dunge then told us about antiquities being found at Karivali, which is a neighboring village. So we went and checked that out. On the 12th of February this year, through various connections, especially the graces of Jainacharya Bhagesh Suriji, Tirthesh Maharaj, and other well-wishers, we were able to contact the owner, and he very happily allowed us, our team. So Manish and Siddharth went in that first round on the 12th of February. And since then, we have been able to make numerous visits to document the artifacts. But as I said before, we are protecting the privacy of the owner. So this is a map of the site drawn on the spot, very rough map. But the exact location of the site will not be revealed. The reported antiquities that we are reporting here are being conserved with advice from us. So, if there are any people who believe that this is public heritage and they have the absolute right to barge in and advise the owner, please. And we've had this experience before, so yeah, we have to respect privacy, property. Now, there is an entry in the 1882 Gazetteer. As he said, we've been following all these entries and then exploring basis that, so it mentioned the remains of a Jain temple near the city of Bhiwandi. And the Gazetteer said that there were remains of heaps of stones that were covered with grass and thorn bushes. When we went there, that had been cleared, and the report had mentioned various temple members. And there were genus carved on the members. The stylistic identification put it in the 10th and 11th century, which is the Shilahara Yatava period of Maharashtra's history. And there were flat stones at the side of the village pond, which had been used as clothes beating slabs. I think Kurush sir will remember this with some pain. But so we found all of those. Now, in our explorations at Dunge, as I said, we had been exploring Dunge on the 23rd of October, which has been published separately. That is when we were informed by residents of these remains in the neighboring village. When we went there, we found one fragment enshrined in a tiny little temple as Arlakar Dev. And the stones that were reported by the gazetteer on the side of the lake were also there. Okay. And then the resident said that there was a compound that had, somebody had bought the plot and enclosed everything, and there were metal sheets, and there were apparently other structures there. So our explorations had stopped then. And then, of course, we had, our internal discussions. It was reported to Bhagesh Suriji, and then he used his auspices to figure out who the owner of the land was and all. So this is the exploration of the 10th of October 2023, where we found this little temple to Arla Kateo. And what we found out was this is a Kichaka, which is the capital of a pillar. And you have these tiny little yakshas supporting the pillar where it is joined to the ceiling. So we knew that, yes, there was something very interesting going on, but that was it. And from here now, I will ask Monish to take over and he will walk you through all the Jain antiquities. He just has to keep saying next, next to me.
Yeah, you can go ahead. So this is a beautiful kichak which somebody would think it's a cross. The way it is placed, it also looks like a cross. So it's basically a kichak. Yeah, next, Ramesh. So these are the slabs that are lying near the village tank. You can see the decorative elements here. I think my cursor would not be visible as Ramesh is sharing the screen. There's one more Kichak. So one part of the Kichak, the 1/4 part, that is again worshipped in a small shrine in the area. And as mentioned in the Gazette here, that the villagers took a lot of pieces from the earlier temple for constructing their houses, other temples and all, and likewise they are also being worshipped. Next. So this thing is already mentioned by Ramesh. I'll be speaking on the antiquity. So this is a Lalat Bimba fragment with a Jinnah in a Kayakser pose in it. And you can see the pattern, the lozenge shape decorations that are marker of the Shilara Yadav period, the temples which are there. You can go ahead. You can look at the beautiful, just go behind. You can look at the beautiful decoration also around the Jinnah. You can see the pillars, the lintel, and then the decorations. It resembles like a temple door or a temple. Next. So these are the fragments. If you look at it, huge heaps of temple members are there. You can find pillar members. You can find plinth pieces. At least 10 or 12 kichakas are there, and these are huge kichakas. Apart from the four-sided kichakas, there are two-sided kichakas, which would be the pillar capitals also. You can see the floral motif here on your extreme right bottom. You can see the base of the temple door, the entrance door, and you can see the other members also. Next. See, these are the kichakas, and these are huge. So sadly, we don't have a scale. In some photos, we have a shoe, a 10 number shoe as a scale. But these are the kichakas. These are huge. Next. See, there's a beautiful pillar capital, as you can see. So some of the pieces are being worshipped by the locals, as mentioned in the small rough map that Ramesh had made. There's a small shrine made there. So some pieces are worshipped by the locals as the deities, the local deities, and some of the pillar members are also worshipped by them. But the Jinnah, uh, the members with the Jinnah on it, the locals know that it is a Jain thing. So they even put Tika on it. Next. Ramesh? Yeah.
Sorry, the laptop wasn't suddenly responding.
Okay. So you can see on the pillar on the right, you can see the seated Jinnah now. And on the left, you can again see a member with few beautiful floral motif. Such members are in huge numbers. So almost 70-80% of the temple members are there. Next, Ramesh. Yeah. So this is what I was talking about. On the first image that is there, some random stones and some stones from the earlier temple are worshipped as local deities. In the middle photo, you can see at the bottom, there is Parshvanath. I don't think it is that visible, but it is Parshvanath, a standing image of Parshvanath, and the other decorative elements are there. At the bottom, the pieces that you see with locks in it, there are small graffitis made, like a sword or a bow and arrow. So they would be made at a later stage. Next. The first image is a Kalpa Vriksha. Now, if you are aware, there's a beautiful Kalpa Vriksha from Ranakpur temple in Rajasthan. This is not that intricately carved, but this is as beautiful as it is. And you can see the floral motif on the sides as well. The other second photo is again a pillar member with beautiful floral motif. Next. So what we mean to say is that here we have almost 70-80% of the temple members remaining. And in all likelihood, the temple would have fallen down or there would have been, for some reason, emigration from here, and the Jain community there took away the movable items, the mobile idols, along with where they went. But the temple is still there, and it is a small dot on the entire topography that is there, the entire trade route that is there. Now, if you see, this is well connected to Sopara. So via the Ullas River, this stream gets connected to Kalyan and Thane, which were equivalent ports, important ports, but also by land route. So if we can see, there is a Mandvi fort mentioned here, and beyond that, that is Parol. So from Parol, you can come via the Tungareshwar route and go to Kalyan, and you can also go towards Nashik. So all the various names that are mentioned on the left are places discovered, mostly 90% of them are discovered by our co-author and partner Siddharth Kale. So you have Kudus, where you have an old Jain temple. At Wada, Vashade caves are Jain caves. At Thanapada, then Trambak, Tringalwadi. So all these get connected to Nashik. On the same route, if you see Palghar on the map, Palghar was Palghar Mahim. It was also a port, and you have Danu further down. So all these were connected. Next, Ramesh.
So to add to what he is saying, there has been a focus for a very long time on the connections of Buddhism and the trade routes, whether it is the classical antiquity trade routes of the Indo-Roman trade, or the later medieval trade, the coastal trade with the Arabs and the Africans, or various other periods. And the focus has largely been on how the Buddhist cave sites are lined along these trade routes very neatly, and how the Buddhists served as bankers and all of that. And the Jain history has and heritage has fairly received short shrift. So here what we are trying to do is, in this entire Kalyan, Sopara, Nashik triangle, we are, especially the work of Siddharth, we are finding a lot of Jaina artifacts. So various temple plinths, loose sculptures, rock cut caves, and so what we are now actively trying to do is put together all of this into some kind of schema to see how the Jainas contributed in this business. We also find very interesting ways in which these trade routes and these sites are located, which seem to be within a day's or 2 days bullock cart ride from each other, which therefore gives us the idea that these would also have functioned as stops for traders, and could have, and these become a little more prominent, especially in the Shilahara and the period between the Satvahana and the Shilahara times, when I think Buddhism is a bit of on the decline, and then suppose the Jains sort of fill in the gaps. And so this is a big avenue for us to study, and the finds at Karivali and at various other places is something that we are trying to put together into some kind of coherent historical narrative. Yeah, Manish.
This is a beautiful makara that is found. I think this is the best piece, the crown jewel of what we have found. So only one piece is there, and we just hope we find more pieces. So what has happened is, the person whose land this is, it's a private land, had already, while this discussion was going on, and he had already taken the land some 3 decades ago, and he wanted to build a Jain temple there, but he did not have the right guidance. While all these discussions happened, he showed interest that he wants to make a temple there with the guidance of Bhagyasuri Maharaj Sahib. And they are doing some form of it, they are very attentive. So every few days, when some or the other excavation work or some work is going on in the area, they keep on finding these beautiful pieces. So I think I don't have to say anything about it. This is the beauty speaks for itself. Yeah, next. Yeah. So I think conclusion, the discussion has already done that 60-70% of the elements are already there, and the mobile objects, the idols would have been taken by the Jain community wherever they went. and they left the temple behind. The temple was already there. Some members have been reused by people. When we spoke to the local people, there is a Hanuman temple in the area. It was a very small shrine. And while creating the temple, Jirnodhar was done recently. So when the Jirnodhar was done, the entire Chakachak temple was made, painted. So the earlier members that were visible are now lost. And as Ramesh already said, that we need to change focus, or rather than changing focus, we need to recalibrate and look at it, because the Jains and Buddhists at various points in history were also together. So we need to recalibrate the way we look at trade routes. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Manish. Fascinating material coming out, and I'm so happy that the gentleman is nice enough to let you collect this data from their premises. At the same time, I'm kind of saddened at the fact that they are, well, destroying the site. That is definitely a pranala, the big makara that you found. So it will be hollow through and through, and will be used, well, as a drip from the Garbhagriha. And it is absolutely gorgeous. I cannot but agree more with Ramesh and both of you all in the conclusion that the Buddhist trade routes have been reused by the Jains many times, and we see this in many regions of coastal India. And bringing this to the fore like this is something really interesting, and one is really happy to see that you all are doing this kind of work. Let us see what kind of questions we have. Bhavna, no, Bhavna says, would you please explain the symbolism of a kichaka? And Bhavna Rathod says, who are the kichaks?
Sir, I think you're the best person to explain this.
No. Siddharth has been playing around with kichaks for a long time. He should explain this. Then we'll get to hear his voice also.
Lord Lake, Sidhu.
Hello everyone. So basically, Pichakas are the symbol of fertility inside, as well as it keeps the evil eye away from the temple complexes. The work which Kirti Mukhas does, that evil eye should be away from the temple fragments. Yeah, and sometimes you'll find Pichakas on the top of the pillars holding the shikaras in a form of Bharvaka. Yeah.
So essentially, as Siddhartha said, what you're looking at is various different dharvakas. That beautiful cross-shaped member is lying on one side. The center of that would have been attached to a vertical pillar, and there would have been four extensions, structural extensions, resting on the four, well, arms of that cross-shaped member. So that is essentially what the Kichaka is doing over there. And for the rest of us, are there any other questions? Vinay Khare says, could you locate stopping places in the trade route? Were there water bodies near these resting at night places? So please answer.
Ramesh?
So there are like, yes. So can you just repeat the question, sir?
So were there any water bodies near these stopping places on the route that you traced? And can you trace the night halts that would have taken place? And did these night halts water bodies?
There is always some or the other water body. There is at our village, there is a temple tank. There is a tank, whether it's a temple tank or not, I can't say. There are other artificial water bodies made all over these trade routes. Plus of course, there are the rivers. There are natural springs. That entire area, that Tungareshwar Hill, Vajreshwari area is full of natural springs as well. So there no water body, no trade route, right? So that goes without saying. And night halt is, yeah, it's a very complicated thing. There are halls often, available. Most temples have a hall for that literal purpose that there is a place you can stay overnight. And yeah, depending on your status, the higher ranked people stay inside these buildings. The lower ranked ones just sleep in their carts.
Yes, Monish, please.
Yeah, I would like to add to it. So if you notice forget the yesteryear, if you notice the highway today, if you're traveling from Mumbai to say Surat, at few distance, you will find at every 10 kilometers, 15 kilometers, 20 kilometers, there is a Jain Dharamshala that comes up. The reason for that, because these monks do vihar, they go by foot. There's only certain distance that you can travel by foot in a day. So that's the reason they come up so that they can take care of the monks and the nuns who want to stay at night. The same way, the entire trade routes, whether they are Jains or Buddhists, because Buddhist monks also did vihar. So here, as I said, these are tiny dots, and we have to connect the gaps. So there are much more remains to be found that can, point towards the other, as you said, the night halls or places to rest, and so on.
So usually about 20 kilometers is what we have seen on trade routes as being the daily bullock cart distance. And well, I suppose the Pagdandi distances are also more or less the same. So, your Dharamsalas makes absolute sense over there. So, yes, most definitely. And our good friend Siddharth has been quietly making inroads in that area on all his holidays and whenever he can. So, there is a lot of data that needs to, well, see fruition, and I hope to see it in your publication. So, thank you very, very much to all the speakers who have spoken today and who have added to the first session. I look forward to all of those listening and asking questions to be with us for session 4, which is the last session on day 2. And thank you very, very much for coming and listening and participating in the Archaeological Explorations in India workshop. And I think this is going to be one hell of a publication. So, on that
Just
note,
before we leave, just one thing that we actually mentioned, but we forgot to mention in detail that, as you mentioned, the destruction, somehow we have tried to convince the owner of the site and the possible new people who are going to commission the temple that we need to safeguard the older members and create an on-site museum. So the dual purpose again can be solved that, but though a temple would be there, as an active temple, the earlier members would be there for the people to the future generations to see.
that is
They've,
definitely
they've actually hung on for 30 years just trying to get someone to help them with the archaeology.
perfect.
So
The best people to help them out. So thank you, Siddharth. Thank you, Ramesh. Thank you,
Yes,
Monish, of your team. And as I said,
Thank you, sir.
we'll break for a quick lunch. We'll come back at 2 o'clock. So a quick lunch today as compared to yesterday's slow and long 1 hour lunch. And we look forward to the presentations this afternoon. So thank you, Riddhi. Welcome to session 4, which is the last session. Since we did one paper from Pakistan, we also have a paper from Sri Lanka, which is a surprise paper at the end of this session. So this is truly going to become archaeological explorations in South Asia from next year onwards. Who knows? Inshallah, one day it will be archaeological excavations international workshop. So I would like to invite today's speakers of the first paper, we have Anjay Danawade and Salil, who are both here. Salil Sayyed and Anjay Danawade will be presenting on a peculiar complex of small rock-cut masonry shrines in the Ratnagiri district of Maharashtra. So the floor is all yours. Anjay and Salil, please go ahead.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, Anjay.
Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. Today we are presenting an exploration of previously unreported complex of small monolithic temples in village Katale, Taluka Gohagar, district Ratnagiri, some of which are partly masonry work.
Anjay, you
Yeah.
need to share the slides.
Okay.
You need to open the PDF.
Is it okay? Hello?
No, we
No,
still
it is visible. The PDF has to be opened.
PDF. You haven't opened the PDF.
Hello?
Salil, do you want to share the PDF and let Anjay do the talking?
Okay, I can do that.
So let's just shut this.
Hello?
Will we just shut Anjay's presentation? Let Salil present. Anjay can do the speaking.
I think it should be visible now.
Yes, it is, Salil. Please, Anjay, carry on.
Yeah. So, good morning. Good afternoon, everyone. And today we are presenting an exploration of previously unreported complex of small monolithic temple in village Katale, Taluka Gohagar, district Ratnagiri, some of which are partly masonry works. Okay. So, this complex was found during a survey conducted by the author in 2016. The village Katale is settled to the south of Gohagar on the northern bank of Shastri River. Due to the existence of Jaigarh Fort at the mouth of this river, the creek is known as Jaigarh Creek. A temple of Sri Somnath Mahadev is found while walking down from the laterite plateau near Kunbiwadi of Katale village into a small stream which meets the Arabian Sea. So renovation of this Shiva shrine has occurred in modern times. In the vicinity of this temple are found 6 ancient temples, 4 of which are monolithic, 1 partly masonry, and 1 totally ruined was once built in masonry. So all these temples are important for art history of early medieval period. Of the 4 monolithic temples, number 1 and number 6, which is in the stream bed, are most important. For the study, they have been numbered from south to north. So temple number 1. The largest among these and the most significant is the temple number 1. It is originally cut from a laterite boulder measuring about 3 meters on each side. It has a shikhara built using dressed stones, possibly after the original rock-cut shikhara ruin. The plan is made up of a mandap and a garbhagruha. Other temple are ekagarbha type, that is they have only garbhagruha or a single cell. The feet of this temple, sorry, this one, backslide, sorry. The pit of this temple is buried and a flat janga carries the chhajja and the vimana on top. This shikhara is Fansana style. And next slide. Trirath and Panchabhum type. The roof over mandapa has fallen. I think next one. Yes, the roof has fallen, but might be of similar dry masonry construction, stepwise pyramids. The wall of janga and ceiling are plain and simple. There may be a masonry built ardhamandap next to mandap, but since this part has collapsed and buried, it is difficult to ascertain this claim. There is open prangan or courtyard next to this structure. The original entrance of the temple must have been rock cut in the laterite. Later on, it was widened to fit in a door frame and made in a basalt stone. This frame is Trishakya with chhajja. Stamba shakha is middle in prominent. So Garbhagriha display a circular niche in the center of the floor. It houses a yoni pit with Shivlinga carved in separate stone. It bears a pranalak on one side. Temple number 2 and 3 are very small and partly buried in soil. Temple number 4 is mostly collapsed. Temple number 6 is facing east and its Garbhagriha is now empty. A circular notch on the floor is visible with the pranalak on one side to drain the Abhishek flow. Similarly, a hole in the northern wall drain waters. The roof slopes, next slide, Salil. The roof slopes on all 4 sides with 2 visible layers. The top layer berths as it slopes. On this top layer, we find a horizontal flat surface with a rectangular hole to hold a separate kalasha. This kalasha is absent today and we cannot determine its nature. The lower second layer representing chhajja is shorter and slopes to meet the janga. Where the meets we find semicircular petal-like shape in the middle of janga and karna on all 4 sides. 3 engraved lines run parallel to the door frame. The character of this temple, the square plan and sloping roof of this Ekgarbha temple, number 3, 4 and 6 means these are Kuta Shikhara of Dravid style. The temple number 5 has a rectangular plan and the shikhar on its incomplete janga is like a shala. With regard to architectural style, the temples are datable to 7th or 8th century CE. Next slide. Okay. Let's look at other artifacts from this period found in the vicinity. The copper plate of King Vikramaditya, the second of Badami Chalukya dynasty, found in village Narwan, Taluka Guhagar, district Ratnagiri, dated Shake 664, that is 21st December 741 or 742. Informs us that the king stayed at Adityavad or Adityawatika. The village Narwan was donated to a Brahmin scholar on the suggestion of local chief of Rashtrakoot house Govindraj. The villages on the periphery of Narwan are named in this copper plate. Cell copper plate. Okay. So uh, all the villages on the periphery of Narwan are named in this copper plate. Narwan is only 8 kilometers away from Katale. The identity of all the mentioned villages has been established by scholars before, but this author has conclusively shown that Adityawad is the present-day Adivre in Taluka, Rajapur district, Ratnagiri. Even though these temples are small, they are important evidence to establish the Chalukya identity of their nearby archaeological remains. Now, Adivre. Some scholars have identified Adityawad with Aitavde in Satara district, but the others places mentioned in this copper plate, such as Chiprulun Vishay, being present day Chiplun, the donated village Narwan, and other villages like Chindramad are found in vicinity. That means Adityawad has to be nearby. A place called Adityawad or Adityawatika means garden or Vatika of Aditya, Suryadev. This indicates an important place of worship of the sun deity. The day Vikramaditya made the donation was Sankranti, that is beginning of Uttarayan, an important event related to sun entering the Makar constellation. This background, phonetic similarity, and the sun idol in the temple at Kashari has led to this author to conclude that present-day Adivre is the Adityawad in Narwan copper plate. In spoken language, Adityawad changed into Attavire in the 12th century, as we know from Kashali copper plate, and later to present-day Adivre. This also means that sun worship was established before the middle of 8th century. Badami Chalukya ruled over Konkan province from 6th to 8th century, while the great temples built in their capital cities demonstrate that their wealth and power. This prosperous empire was a result of their control of the port in Konkan. These ports were functional from early historic time and were pivotal for the inland trade. It is due to the importance of this port that we find many edicts of Chalukya in Konkan region. While Narwan is settled on seashore, Katale is on the creek, indicating that these ports were in active use during the Chalukya period. The Dravid style of these temples, other archaeological artifacts, and the place names occurred in copper plates prove that this region was important to the Badami Chalukya. The temple complex is physical evidence of a political region. Thank you very much. We express our gratitude to INSTUCEN and also to Srimati Vijay Surve, who informed us about the existence of this temple complex. Aditi Mahajan, Sanket Shinde, Dharmesh Mehta, Chirag Mehta, Onkar Shinde, who helped in the survey. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, Anjay and Salil. This is an absolutely fascinating new edition that you all have brought about. I am, as usual, always incredibly impressed by the work that you all guys do and the kind of material that you all bring forth every time. So thank you so, so very much for this. I think this is only the beginning of an entire bunch of surveys in that area that you all will be conducting. And we look forward to much more from your side. I think this will be a stellar paper. I remember a similar rock cut monolithic shrine near Panchgani, which was found some years ago. And of course, there are the famous shrines near Kolhapur. But To the best of my knowledge, apart from those, these will probably be the first such boulder shrines that we are seeing. In the case of shrine number 1, I would like to ask you whether there has been, whether there has been increase in the soil in the area, and that is why it is cut down, or was it always cut down into the Katar? The entrance seemed to be a little complicated. Is there soil accumulation and they have created that boundary, or is it always like that?
One thing is not clear from our presentation is how the two temples 5 and 6 are situated in the riverbed, whereas the others are on the bank. And there is a quite steep slope from the Sada, that is the laterite plateau, until that stream. And in between, near the river bank, there is this Somnath temple. And they have created a flat yard behind the temple, and I think for that, creating that flat surface that we see around these small temples, they brought soil and deposited in it, and that's why these ancient temples are now under the soil. I don't think it is a natural plateau. It is like very much built one.
Thank you. That makes a lot of sense. Also, when you showed plinth of temple number 4, there seemed to be another plinth on the right-hand side.
Yeah, actually, may I share the slide again?
Please, please.
Yeah, here what you see for temple number 4 is a boulder like thing which is right behind that number 4. That platform that you see is not belonging to a temple in this series.
Yes.
Oh, that platform is not temple number 4.
No,
Yeah.
it's a bit misleading.
So temple number 4 is behind those trees.
There is a boulder right behind that number 4, a small one. You see?
Okay.
Yeah, that is the ruin of that temple, and it's like.
What are these two plinths? This plinth in front and the plinth on the right-hand side.
Yeah, the plinth. There is one plinth in the center, and which we don't know much about right now. And the one on the right-hand side, you see a virga. That is like the front yard of the Somnath temple, which is visible in one of like here.
In the
In the
background.
background. This is a photogrammetry result.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Absolutely beautiful. And that makes so much more sense. Have you done any 3D mapping of this area?
Not of the area. Actually, just 1 week before the first lockdown, we were on a whirlwind tour of Konkan on a motorcycle, and Anjay took me to this site at the end of the day. The battery of our main camera had died, and in almost darkness, we took all the pictures from a secondary camera. So the photogrammetry results are not good enough, but you can already see the floor of the temple, number 1, in this image. We want to go back, which we haven't managed since the lockdown. But before we write the paper, we will go and do the photogrammetry again and produce some line drawings for the publication.
Awesome. This is, we look forward to that also. Bhavna Pundir says, any idea who and how was the sun worship introduced to the area, or was there already a sun worshipping custom existent since ancient times?
That is for Anjay to answer.
Actually, Chalukya introduced sun worship in this area.
Okay. So it is a Chalukyan tradition.
Yeah.
That is very interesting.
The name of them are like Chandraditya and Vikramaditya, or last this two Vikramaditya are there, no? So the name suggests itself. They are followers of sun god.
So Vinay Khare says some information about the Somnath temple, please. I visited this place. There are Virgals. Can you explain their presence?
Vinay,
Yes, that is Vinay's question.
Okay. Anjay, did you get the question?
He wants to know more about Somnath temple, and he wants to know more about why there are so many Virgals around it.
I think the Virgals are like about the same quantity that you would find in any local temple, the village deity. And they do not have any epigraphs, like we do not have them in Maharashtra in most of the time. And the Somnath temple was, it is a newly rebuilt one. And in Anjay, can you tell what is inside the shrine?
there is Shivlinga and the thing. It's a common Shivlinga of modern one.
Modern. And
Yes.
the temple is also a modern make.
Yeah.
Okay. So there seems to be some continuity of tradition and belief in the region, and the locals have built a more modern shrine in the recent past. Is that the case?
Yeah.
Like 100 years ago. You see, it is the older version of the temple, not the ice cream cones, as you like to call them.
Okay, so my ice cream cones have become famous. Shalina says, any other settlement evidence found around the temple complex?
Some pottery we found there, but not much. Very few.
Okay, but chalo, at least some pottery is also interesting. It is better than no pottery. And the Konkan, as it is, the site formation processes are very different, resulting in a lot of difficulties in identifying sites. Would you say that these temples were originally Shaivite temples, these monolithic temples?
No, we are not sure. Because the niche in the temple number 1 and Linga is somewhat of 14th century.
Oh.
Seen in fort at that Harishchandragarh in temple.
Okay.
So Linga is different, but there is there are niches in all 3 temples, like that, circular niches.
You see, what is interesting is that the period since they are made, if our dating is right, from 7th or 8th century, so long a period has passed, and the lingas are like halfway through the period. And then we believe that the shikhara was originally made, was a monolithic shikhara, which at some point was built into the masonry that we see today. So there has been so much transformation, and probably in the religious tradition also that was in that place. We need some other level of analysis to actually start deciphering these layers of history that we see on sites like this.
Yes, and as usual, the elusive Konkan only gives you small hints and does not give you details. But I think it's a fabulous job, the jigsaw that you all have put together as it is. So Ramesh sir says, is the Shivlinga intrinsic or placed more recently?
As Anjay said, the Shivlinga appears to be from the 14th century. So it is not very recent. Or in case that it was found somewhere and placed here in recent times, because
That
we have
is,
seen that happening in Konkan as well.
there is nothing that you can do about that bit.
Yeah.
Nothing at all. So thank you very much, gentlemen, for a brilliant paper. We will really, really look forward to this for the publications. And we hope that you all will make a quick visit now that publication date is due,
Okay.
and that you will come back with
Proper.
more interesting photographic results and perhaps a photograph of Someshwar also.
Okay. Thank you
And
very much. We always love to come to this program and share our work.
thank you. Thank you so much. We always love to have you all here.
Thank you, sir.
Chalo.
Okay.
So the next paper in our list today is the discovery of a new rock-cut cave at Uran, district Raigad, Maharashtra. The discovery was made by Mrs. Bhagyashri Munde, originally Bhagyashri Pardeshi, and her husband Sagar Munde, when they were carrying out fieldwork in the region of Uran and Panvel. Sadly, both of them are in Nagpur just now, working on the Nagpur Museum, and they have virtually terrible connectivity. So I will be presenting our work. And let me share screen. So, Riddhi, do I have full screen?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So this is a very interesting discovery, and it happens to be in our own backyard. And we are deeply ashamed as archaeologists, and I speak on behalf of the entire community, that we didn't find this cave earlier. And it surprises the hell out of me that we didn't. And at the same time, it makes me think about how many other caves like this must be missing from our repertoire, thanks to the fact that we haven't looked for them. Now, this is the area of Uran. Uran is made up of many different segments. There is Karanja, where the famous fort, etc. was. There is the Pirwadi beach. There is the Ranwad region, from where we have the Ranwad inscription of Hambir Rao. We also have from Ranwad an inscription earlier of the Shilaharas. There is the Kegaon region, and there is the Bandar at Mora, extremely in the north of the page that you can see right on top. Can you see the page? So Mora was a very famous bandar. Mora also had a lot of distilleries during the British period. Mora was a port. Surprisingly, the Uran Parsis have a Parsi Agyari there. I can understand the Daruwala families probably had a lot of alcohol distilling plants over there. And most of the alcohol sold in the Bombay region was at one time, it seems, manufactured here. Sadly, enough work has not been done on this. Now, this entire region over here is completely been filled up and silted in recent times. And we have to actually look at this arc over here as the original arc of the island. This is Mora and the Mora jetty over here. So you can see the Mora jetty and the breakwater over here. And this is the location of the Uran rock cut cave, as we are calling it. This again is recently silted area. This would have been, we believe, the port area at that time. And this would have overlooked the port. when this breakwater was not there, the island itself would have acted as a breakwater. What you can see on the left-hand side is, on the right-hand side is very close to the modern, road. This is the Uran Mora road over here that you see. This is the location of the caves, and you can still see boats landing right here. So this area over here, which is covered in mangroves, would have also been a part of the coast, and we believe that this is the location of one of the Uran ports for sure. So a close-up again, giving you an idea. This is the elevated pathar over here, made up of basalt. As we go down, this is the Mora Uran Road. Most of these houses are pretty recent, thanks again due to facilitation, and a lot of buildings have come up here. This is the way in over here, the road in between these two buildings. And when you go in here, there are a series of steps. There is a large modern mandapa made over here for functions. And there is the I Ekavira Mandir at Mora. Anybody can look up the I Ekavira Mandir location. It's in the common domain. And interestingly, this is the I Ekavira temple of Mora. Much to our surprise, we were unable to find a single reference in archaeology, rock cut architecture, or in the gazetteers of this rock cut cave at Uran. These are modern steps that have been made in recent living memory. A beautiful sit out has been made on the right hand side. As you can see, there are two clear pillars and two pilasters. There were originally three openings, the central opening with two openings, one on each side. Very, very simple, slightly rectangular cross-section pillars with very simple extensions coming out on both sides of them. And on the right-hand side, the small chamber that you can see with the blue grill door is actually the Panyapoi over there. On the top right-hand side, you can see the waterfall. This is immediately after the monsoons. The rock over here carries water throughout the year. And this is a close-up of the cave. It is a simple single cave. Slightly offset over here, we have the extensions of both the arms on top. And this is a modern, gate and building built over the Panyapoi, which was built into the side of the rock itself. Surprisingly, there isn't another one on this side. One would normally expect that kind of symmetry. This is, of course, an image of the water tank. Incredibly clear, sweet, typical basalt mountain water that we will find in any of our rock cut caves is what we see over here. The walls have been built with that entrance gate and the cage that has been put around it. Otherwise, you can see the original stone surface at the bottom. Interestingly, it is cut away on all four sides, and it is not possible in the current situation to see exactly how deep the cave is, but we are informed that it is reasonably deep in all four directions. This is the inside view of the cave. As you can see, the entire cave has been painted and somewhat plastered. The base of the cave has been covered in a mosaic tile pattern. Extensive work has been done inside, and sadly, no traces of the original floor or the original rear wall of the cave are available to us. This is the inside view of the cave. A beautiful plinth has been built by them in marble. This is I Ekavira, this beautiful silver mukhota that she's wearing. The cupboards on the right-hand side extend from end to end of that wall. And right in the end, you have this beautiful tiled cupboard. On the left-hand side, we have another small platform with another image. This is a close-up of Ekavira. It's interesting that we had Ramesh's paper today, and we have another paper which talks about the mother of the great hero, Ekavira I. This is perhaps the most interesting thing. I'm really sorry that it's not possible to photograph this better. We will perhaps paint this, or sketch this out. There is a very interesting image of a lion on this part of the pillar extension on top. If you can see the hindquarters of the lion over here. You can see the rear legs of the lion. You can see the front leg of the lion over here. This is the head of the lion. These are his neck and shoulders going backwards. This is the chest of the lion over here. So it is very weathered and sadly painted over, but is very, very reminiscent of the lions that we see on the coins of the Yadavas of Devgiri. We are not saying this is the Yadavas of Devgiri lion, but we say it is very reminiscent of the same. These are some of the measurements taken by Sagar, who's in the process of drawing the detailed plan and elevation of the temple. So again, we have the inner side. It is an almost square temple, diagonally about 10 meters one way and 10.5 meters the other way, 7.5 meters at the back wall, 7.5 meters at the front wall, and roughly 7.6 meters on both sides. What is very interesting is that this Uran rock cut cave is very close to another cave that used to be the cave at Dungi, and is very, very close to the Gharapuri or Elephanta caves that you can see in the center. So Uran, Gharapuri, and Dungi technically are three close by ports that we are looking at here. We also know that here at Nava, we have a landing jetty that has been around for a considerable period of time. So the Gharapuri connection to Uran, or rather Mora, we still have boats that ply from Nava to Mora and from Mora to Gharapuri and so on and so forth. The Uran rock cut cave was very similar in many ways to the cave at Dungi. Luckily for us, we have already recorded the Dungi cave and published it. Unluckily for us, the Dungi cave no longer exists. The caves at Dungi were destroyed by the government to build the massive Navi Mumbai airport, the Panvel airport that is being built over here. These are some photographs after Ramesh Gauri Raghavan, Sagar Munde, and I published this. So Ramesh Gauri Raghavan et al. 2019. This is the frontage of the cave. You will notice it is a very, very similar cave. You have pilasters on two sides and two pillars in the center. There are three entrances over here. A close-up of the cave entrance over here, the location from our publication. And we also have a very similar plain cave. There is a water cistern at the back of the cave. There may have been two, but one is definitely there. The cave looks partially unfinished or incredibly badly weathered. It was not considered to be of enough importance. When we looked at this cave, we had a very strong feeling that we were looking at a secular cave and not a religious cave in its. So it was a Kerumata temple in its last avatar, but we believe that in the original avatar, this was probably a very secular cave which held some kind of offices that governed the port at Dungi. We have also identified Dungi as possibly being mentioned in the Geographia of Ptolemy. And Ramesh sir has a beautiful paper on that, and we hope that is published very soon. The caves at Ekavira also look very, very, very similar to this cave that we have at Dungi. So if you look at the Ekavira cave, it is incredibly, incredibly similar on plan to the one that we have on Dungi, and it is possible for us now to look at both of these caves as perhaps being coterminous when they were built and they were in use. The Dungi caves and the Uran caves are definitely not Buddhist caves. They definitely belong to a post-Buddhist, non-Jain tradition of cave architecture, which has not really been perhaps studied as well as it should be. We have the caves at Gharapuri right next door. We know this was the possible region of the Konkan Mauryas or the Puri Mauryas, as they're sometimes called. Uh, Logically, if the island was the capital, these two caves would have, well, been a no-brainer as far as the ports are concerned. Ramesh Gauri Raghavan et al. Have also published other caves belonging to the medieval period. These are the caves at Kokhligad, where you have partially man-made caves along with ashlar stonework on the outside and a series of pillars on the inside, definitely belonging to what we call the Shilahara Yadava period. We also know that there is a lot of cave architecture that we see at Daulatabad. We have the Jain caves on the right-hand side, as they're called. I don't really see any Jain affiliation in the caves on the right-hand side. We also have the rock-cut passage. You can see the entrance on the top left side and the passage inside leading up to Devgiri itself. Again, these belong to a much, much later period. And there is a lot of work needed to be done on the final phase of rock-cut architecture, and especially rock-cut cave architecture. And we really hope that the discovery of and publication of Dungi and Kothligad and now the Uran caves adds to our knowledge and understanding of this phase. On behalf of my co-authors and myself, thank you very much. So Ramesh sir has automatically said this has such Dungi vibes. I completely agree with you, Ramesh sir. The moment I climbed up those stairs and looked at it, the first thing that hit me in the face was this was just a better preserved Dungi, a slightly smaller and better preserved Dungi cave. I mean, again, the so-called Buddhist caves at Garapuri, sometimes also by certain scholars considered to be earlier than the main cave at Garapuri, are finer, but not necessarily technologically any better. We are looking at flat roofs, we're looking at flat walls. We can still see the finishing, Ramesh sir, on the walls inside at Uran. And these caves very, very simply look very beautifully finished to us. As I said, the Gharapuri caves, the Uran caves, the Dungi caves, all seem to be evoking a common style, dare I say so. And one thing that kind of came to my mind when I was looking at the Gharapuri caves was the Gharapuri caves also seem to have a single water cistern. So the single water cistern, one wonders whether that can be a typological choice or a design choice. So I agree with Salil, who says, how do we take the study of these caves further? Do we start building a narrative? So what we are hoping to do is, once we've published this, I am hoping to bring everybody who has worked on the caves that I've mentioned into a common paper where we try and look at a common medieval rock cut architecture. Salil, we would be very happy to have you on board. And, photogrammetry can always help us in understanding this better. So there were also non-denominational caves at Vakrul and Hull, which, yes, Ramesh sir had been to. Ramesh sir, please unmute yourself. Lonard, I would not say is the same.
Yes, sir.
Say it was different, but please, Ramesh sir.
So the sort of cave that you've got, it opens into a single large hall. There is no inner sanctum. You see the same pattern at Vakrul. which which should be exposed now if the water levels have gone down. It is submerged in a dam. But you also see this at Lonad effectively, although there is a little inner sanctum with a stupa. So that is very identifiably Buddhist. But we have to look at these, with another eye, even at Jeevdani, even at some other places, where all you have is a hall, no decoration, a little bit of pillar decoration maybe, but no painting or no statuary to indicate any kind of religious structure. I remember last year we had a rather spirited debate about whether these were really non-denominational or not. But I think the more we find such things, the sort of picture will become clearer as to.
I agree with you completely, Ramesh. I think the more of these that we start putting together, see this whole thing about caves with ashlar masonry faces, which we first saw at Fotligad and documented in this region. This is something that has been documented elsewhere. What is sad is that this has never really found a place in rock cut architecture. And the common narrative that has been going on has completely overlooked these lesser caves, if you'd like to call them that. But the work done by Abhijit Ambekar and his team in Gujarat has made it very clear that there are tons and tons of caves which are very natural caves which have been occupied by the Buddhists north of Vadnagar, and these have ashlar masonry partitions and walls in the front. So it's very, very much, also a tradition from Sri Lanka. So you have tons of Sri Lankan Buddhist caves, especially what are called the forest caves, which in these monasteries, you're seeing natural caves being walled in by ashlar walls. And later, of course, at Dambula and other places, those walls become very elaborate and become elaborate entrances. But you also have brickwork in some cases. So, there are so many of these smaller caves, uh, sometimes denominational, sometimes very, very secular, like the ones that we are discussing here. And there is a lot of work to do. So I think some seriation and things like that need to be done. We need to start putting these pillars together and looking at whether there is some tradition that we can see in the shapes of these pillars, in the layout. Like I said, one of the weird things that struck me was this single water cistern, And whereas in the Buddhist sites, we see multiple water cisterns down the entire slope. This seems to change over here. So I think a lot of these small finds need to be put together. And hopefully we'll have a far better picture.
So we were mining the gazetteer for references for our, earlier presented work today. And Siddharth is here, he can mention. There are also some nondescript caves reported by the gazetteer on the Tungareshwar hill. And Siddharth, you want to say something?
Siddharth, please unmute yourself.
Yeah, thank you. So in the gazetteer, it is mentioned that somewhere near Mandvi, on the hill towards the north, there are three cells excavated. So, like most probably on the next week, I'm going to visit because I have got the exact location. So, most probably the work will be done.
Good, good. And I'm very interested in hearing about this new cave site, the giant cave site that you found also, which you were talking about some time back in your presentation, I think.
The Jain caves, the location is at Vasha.
Vasha, something or the other.
Yeah, in Mokhara Taluka.
So we hope to see that publication also soon.
Sure, sure. It is under the process.
Good, 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 good.
Yeah.
So it is good to see that, and I remember Siddharth telling me many years ago about how he was finding smaller rock cut caves in and around the Vasai, Arnala, Vashi region. And we were joking about how many caves there are still to be discovered. And, we've been just batting away at them almost one or two every couple of years. So there is still a lot of this data which exists to be found, and a lot of this data which we need to work very hard on. I think it's just mind blowing that there is so much still there that has been overlooked. So yeah, all the best to everybody in the field. And there is a question from Vinay Khare who says, "What is the significance of the lion symbol, please?" So the lion is the regnal symbol of our good friends who ruled the 12th, 13th, 14th century period. And the Yadavas of Devgiri. It's also a regnal symbol otherwise. So various other ruling dynasties have also used it. And the lion is the only thing that we have standing out over there. That has completely blown our minds also as to why there is this one capital which has a lion while the other capitals are incredibly boring and just look like, a simple plain Bharvaka extensions. But you win some, you lose some. I would put this cave sometime between the 10th and the 14th centuries AD. That is where I would place it. I'm willing to have people argue with me about this. It could be earlier. There have been a lot of comments about some of the caves at Garapuri going back to a much earlier period, the period of the late Traikutakas in the 5th, 6th century AD. I don't know. I haven't been convinced of that, but I'm willing to accept that it's possible. If anybody would like to agree or disagree, I would very much like to hear what they have to say also. I think Bhagishri and Sagar have done a fabulous job in that area. There are also a few other, I think, smaller cells which have been located, which we hope will be published soon. So, yes.
The lion is also a symbol for the Buddha and Mahavir, no?
Oh, yes, yes. But normally in the Buddhist and the Jaina traditions, we don't see it in the capital of the pillar like this. That is the only saving grace so far. And I don't want to create a problem where, one religion has taken over the cave of worship of another religion and that kind of thing. Ekavira, we are very grateful to for preserving that cave in whatever way it is. Whilst I might like to have the cave completely pristine and whatever, if it is being used by the locals, it is being used by the locals, and that has also in some way contributed to its preservation. Sadly, Dungi, which did not have a strong enough following, met with a terrible fate, a fate that our heritage should not meet. I'm just so grateful that we plotted the caves at Dungi while we did, and we published them while we did, because had we not, we would have probably lost those caves forever without any record of them existing. So on that note, I will bring in the next person to speak after me. So the next speaker is the Meenakshi Vishisht of the Geo Institute. She's been doing an amazing job on the Temples of India project with them. And she will be speaking to us on the archaeology of the Pairat region of the Jaipur district of Rajasthan. So I think Riddhi will be showing the PPT and Meenakshi will be speaking. So welcome, Meenakshi. It's so good to have you with us. And we are very, very, very happy to share this with you.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Before presenting the paper, I would like to say that I'm getting back to my research in the Bairat region after a while, and would like to thank the Indian Studies Center for selecting the abstract for this workshop, and Dr. Dalal for extending this opportunity to me. Your input will help me get deeper and back to the exploration. The presentation is broadly divided into two sections. One is looking into the historiography, or basically the explorations and excavations that happened in the 19th and 20th century. And the second part is my own research and what I find when I was exploring the region during my field surveys. Riddhi, I will request you every now and then to go to the next slide. So please. Soaked into its mythological identity of Viratnagar of Mahabharat, Berat is located in the present political boundaries in the Jaipur district of Rajasthan. The region is broadly mountainous and hilly, and some parts of it are covered with forests. The topography of the region is composed of hills of the Aravalli range, a number of valleys between the hilly terrains, Piedmont zones, and alluvial plains. Next slide, please. Aravalli range has an influential role in the geography of the entire state of Rajasthan. Thus, it also plays an important role in the topography and climate of the region. Being a semi-arid region, the area is under the influence of weathering and erosion by wind and through the waters of seasonal streams. Next slide. It is drained by two rivulets, the Berat Nala, which runs northwards to join the Banganga River, and by the Bandrol Nala on the south side. The connecting passes in these hilly terrains ensured that the region was never isolated, but was interconnected with areas in and around the Aravallis and also far beyond. The structure and composition of the rock types have determined the unusual and dramatic sculpting of the hill ranges, where it almost looks like that you've scooped out the ice cream. The middle and the outer ranges are higher in comparison to the inner ones, which have flat-topped hills. Basically, the inner ones are the ones where we have found flat-topped hills with remains of the past in explorations and excavations that has happened in the 19th and 20th century. To understand the settlement from about the 7th century BCE up to the 3rd century CE, I examined ceramics in existing archaeological collections and integrated them with the surface finds of a new site that I found named Kheda Ki Dhani. The integration of sources of archaeological information offered insights into the history of Berat through times. The next slide, please. The initial archaeological and antiquarian intervention can be seen in the discovery of the Calcutta Berat Rock Edict of the Mauryan Emperor Ashok by Captain Thomas Seymour Burt in the year 1840. Next slide. The inscription on the huge granite was shifted to the Indian Museum, Kolkata, and still part of the exhibits there. These antiquarians' activities probably intrigued the native authority as well to delve into archaeological interventions in the 19th century. Interestingly, in the year 1845, could you go to the next slide? A Kiladar named Kitaji Kangarut during the reign of Savai Raja Ram Singh of Jaipur state excavated Bijaki Pahadi, the flat-topped hill which is associated with the earlier mentioned Calcutta Berat Rock Edict, to explore the largely valuable relics of the past. However, no records of the operations are available. It is not clear whether this act was the initiation of the princely state or otherwise done by the local administrator himself. Berat is mentioned in the travelogue of Xuanzang, who traveled in the subcontinent during the 7th century CE. We all know that his travelogues alongside the itineraries of Fahian was one of the guidebooks for Sir Alexander Cunningham. Apart from this, the discovery of the Ashokan inscription in 1840 must have also played a role in grasping his attention towards the region. He and later his assistants, A.C.L. Carlyle and H.P.W. Garrick, explored the region during the second half of the 19th century. Just like many other sites, Cunningham was indeed the first one to talk about the archaeological potential of Berat. After that, it was the Indian archaeologist Bhagwanlal Indraji who discovered the Bairat Minor Rocky Dict 1 near Bhimki Dungri, another hill, important hill in the inner ranges of the Aravalli there in the region, and reported it in a letter to the Nawab of Junagadh, who seems to have sponsored his ventures. Later, the report of the discovery of this Ashokan inscription was published in the Gujarati magazine Saurashtra Darpan in May-June 1872. Actually, after after Carlyle was already credited for the accidental discovery, who happened to have visited the region after Indraji in the same month. The rock-cut boulder with the inscription, although protected, has weathered, and the inscription is currently not visible to the naked eye. Could you go to the next slide? In 1909-10, D.R. Bhandarkar viewed the region as historically important, not just because of the discovery of the Ashokan inscriptions, but its archaeological potential in the context of the later period, up till the medieval period. Next slide. It was only after the excavation of excavations in 1935-36 by Dayaram Sahani, the first Indian Director General of ASI, also renowned for his excavations at Harappa in 1921. He carried out a systematic excavation for the first time in Bairat and published the report later in 1937. After independence, in 1954, B.B. Lal also surveyed the region. Could you go to the next slide? B.B. Lal figured out the archaeological basis of Bairat, considered as Viratnagar of Mahabharat. An important excavation was carried out after him by N.R. Banerjee to see the stratigraphic sequence and antiquity of iron in the region in 1962-63. The result of the excavation was, however, only published as a summary in 2 paragraphs in Indian Archaeology, a review in 1962-63, without giving much detail. Yet, the results of this excavation play a significant role to imagine the geographical pocket into the larger narrative. Further, the region was also explored by K.N. Dikshit, P.L. Chakravarti, Vijay Kumar in 1960-62-63 and 87-88. Respectively, which pushed the traces of the material past of the region to prehistoric times. Next slide. Hand axes, short blades, which frequently occur in association with lower Paleolithic period, have been discovered, and lower and upper Paleolithic period have been discovered on Bijak Ki Pahadi, Ganesh Ki Dungri, and Bhim Ki Dungri, the 3 hills, important hills, which have every now and then gained some sort of attention by different archaeologists over the period of time, along with a few rock shelters without paintings or engravings. Late Stone Age microliths have also been discovered from nearby villages like Papadi. Just as hundreds of sites explored in the region, there are no details given about the exact locations from where these microliths and prehistoric rock shelters were discovered, except the names of the villages. Next slide. This is the present town of Bairat. It is spread over a 14-meter elevated mound. You can see the upward elevation in the center with high density of habitation. Next slide. The upward mound curve or elevation is clearly visible in the picture. The local inhabitants informed about their experiences of getting these kinds of black stones, that is iron slag and bricks, when they build their houses. Cunningham mentioned the presence of copper slag, which would have been easier in terms of imagining the region in the vicinity of Khetri mines, and also it was the intermediary subsidiary routes or feeder routes to the Uttarapath. But these are iron slag remains. Where there is no doubt that habitation cover the old cultural remains. with the visibility of the metal slag and remains of bricks and stones, many of which have been used in building of houses of the modern town, clearly suggesting this. Probably it would reveal strata over strata of different cultures if we get a chance to excavate any portion. Presently, there are a lot of medieval brick structures also on the mound, but they are not in good shape. Next slide. The excavation by Sahani at Bijaki Pahadi, which I earlier mentioned, revealed Buddhist remains on the two terraces, the higher one with a brick monastery and the lower one with a brick sanctuary. This clearly contextualizes the presence of the inscription of the Raja of Magad. Please go to the next slide, of the Magad, to the Sangha on the same hill, commanding the clergy as well as the laity to do constant contemplation of the teachings of Buddha, specifying 7 texts. It is one of the rare inscriptions when it comes to Ashokan inscriptions in the subcontinent. Next slide. The foundation of the structure on Bijaki Pahadi goes back to the time as clearly as it is clear with the inscription also. But we have also, the excavation also yielded hundreds of pieces of polished Chunar sandstone and a large number of unpolished ones, which are undoubtedly of one or more Ashokan pillars, as commented by Sahani. A broken piece from the shaft which preserves a part of the well-cut tapering hole to fit the metallic bolt to support the abacus of the pillar, and numerous fragments of a large stone umbrella of workmanship of the time. The largest of them is 16.5 inches long and 6 inches thick, was also found during the excavation. Scholars have often argued that Ashokan pillars mark the site of Buddhist stupas or shrines, like we know in the case of Sanchi, Sarnath, but Berat has not, yielded those kinds of evidences. The excavation on the hill also yielded 8 punch-marked coins, 28 Indo-Greek coins. 6 out of 8 punch-marked coins are now in the display of Rajkiya Kala Dirgha or Berat Museum, which is a site museum next to the site. Not next to the site, it's near Ganesh Ki Dungri, which I've been mentioning as one of the 3 hills in the inner ranges. A few symbols on them can be identified like sun, 6-armed symbol, bull and snake, suggesting their association with the Magad Empire. Dull redware pottery, which came up in association with later renovations and constructions on Bijaki Pahadi, with the comparatively smaller size of the bricks used in those post-constructions, suggest the cultural sequence during the Indo-Scythian and Indo-Greek rule. The evidence of the Buddhist Chaitya gives an idea that the region must have had an urban center during the modern period and the post-modern period, or was gaining importance by that time with a significant population, because we know that Ashok summoned inferior gods, quotes, or his administrators, and ordered them to go across the Jambudweep and to build stupas on Buddha's relics wherever there was a population of a full koti. Xuanzang, in the account of his journey, mentioned that the region possessed 8 monasteries, but they were very much in a ruined condition, and the number of monks was small. When he mentions the Ashokan pillar at various other sites that he visited in the subcontinent, he does not mention the pillar on Bijaki Pahadi. That means that by the either there was no pillar, or by the time he reached, it was already broken. In the excavation of Anna Banerjee, Berat has revealed 4 successive periods of cultural occupation from PGW up to the medieval glazed ware, and all these cultural occupations have come up in association with iron artifacts, which takes back the antiquity of the iron in the region to PGW culture. Out of these 4 periods, period 1 is marked by representation of PGW, overlapping of NBPW, and period 2 is represented with NBPW and its associated finds, which indicates that the region was occupied and developing before it was thought to be an important region for dissemination of the messages of Ashok. Third period is marked by dull red ware, which was prevailed during the early centuries of the Common Era. However, like I mentioned earlier, no detailed report of the excavation I could find or is there, which would have helped in better understanding of these cultural sequences. So I did my own, I could find a tray of 30 diagnostic sherds from the I don't know if it is from the excavation of Sahani or it's part of later explorations that happened in the region. But I could find one tray of 30 diagnostic sherd in the antiquity section of Archaeological Survey of India. But again, although I did my ceramic study, it is still difficult to do the analysis when it comes to the context. The extensions of cultural activities in this region during the early centuries of the Christian era and even in the till the late medieval period can be understood with the discovery of Kheda Ki Dhani, the site that I discovered during my field survey. While surveying the region, Prabhu Dayal, an old man, now must be 80 years of age. He is the inhabitant of Theori village in the region, reported that people nearby his place called Kheda Ki Dhani were regularly recovering pottery like big ghadas and storage jars while cultivating the fields. The farmers have also dug a pond-like shape just to see if they can find any khazana or something of fortune. Kheda Ki Dhani, can you go to the next slide? Kheda Ki Dhani is a hamlet situated 10 kilometers southwards to Berat. A fine metal road from the main bus stand of Berat going southwards gives access to the hamlet. The road crosses a valley and then enters another. The hamlet falls towards the edge of the outermost range of hills of lofty, hoary grey crests and peaks. The Banganga River coming from Berat also crosses the area. This place is still associated with, with the memory of Arjun, and other Pandavas when they lived here in the 13th year of exile, and how Arjun got water from the underworld through his ban. The site is marked by a mound spread over about 2 kilometers to the west of the dried bed of Banganga River. Its location is in relation to the river is just like the mound on which the present town of Berat stands. The mound here is divided by a road crossing it north-south from Berat to Ramgarh. It has its lowest level on the southwest corner with the elevation of 469 meters above the sea level and goes upward till 9 meters. The area of the site is of about 15 to 17 hectares and demarcated with scatter of pottery fragments and iron slag from the rest of the region. According to inhabitants, during the fallow season, after farmer turn over the soil while building the houses, large scatter of pottery fragments, debitage, bones, large size of bricks, etc. In other words, the scatter of earlier habitation debris are unearthed. The remains of the old structures have also been used in many of the houses by the inhabitants here, just like, the inhabitants of Berat has and other places, they have done. Remains of the old, could you go to the next slide? Remains of the old brick structures were exposed in the sections of the mound, which were dug by the farmers when they were getting big pottery remnants while cultivating. On the eastern part of the mound, farmers have dug a pond-like hollow in which brick structures were clearly visible. In that rectangular pond, 3 brick wall structures have been exposed. Two on its southern section and 1 on the eastern section. Out of these 3 walls, 2 were of 3-course bricks and 1 was of 2 courses of bricks. Remnants of a wall were also visible in the section cut on the top of the western portion of the mound, which presently falls in the backyard of a house. Brick remains are scattered on the cultivated land near the habitation area on the western portion as well. The size of bricks of Kheda Ki Dhani is relatively speaking smaller than the bricks used in the structures on Bijak Ki Pahadi. The structure of the foundation on Bijak Ki Pahadi goes, like I've mentioned earlier, goes back to the Mauryan times. For analysis, the pottery from Kheda Ki Dhani was primarily collected from the surface and from the excavated pond on the eastern portion. In the main, this is a collection of dull redware with few specimens of black on redware and greyware. A total of 256 sherds were analyzed. The pottery is made of medium and coarse fabric, leaving some examples without any slip or wash on both exterior and the interior. It is mostly wheel-made with a few handmade samples with rough texture. In a lot of pottery fragments, husks and mica have been used as inclusions or temper while preparing the clay. Could you go to the next slide? Yeah, the next one. About 90% of these earthenware vessels were not properly fired, which is evident in their reduced core and even in their dull red surface color, which is a result of the composition of the clay and firing during duration and technique, whereas proper oxidation leads to the brown and red colored core. I'm coming to that, sir. The black or dark gray interior is the result of improper or insufficient firing. The pottery from site represents very similar types of forms to the Berat pottery that I analyzed in that tray of 30 diagnostic sherds in antiquity section of Archaeological Survey of India, Purana Killa in Delhi. The ranges from bowls, jars, lid-cum dishes, bottleneck sprinklers, and big storage jars. Over two-thirds of the pottery from the site represent different types of jars, like jars with splayed out rim and slightly thickened neck, jars with an outturned rim, jars with an outturned more prominent thickened rim and concave neck and triangular rims, oval collated rims with slightly undercut from outside and bulged profile, straight bases, concave base jars, etc. Similarly, there are different types of bowls, such as convex shaped bowls with round rims and incised horizontal lines on their rims. In this pottery collection, there are lids with flat terminals and a sharply carinated pot as well. If I talk about 147 sherds that were diagnostic and on the basis of which I could analyze, there were 29 bowls, 74 jars, lid-cum dishes 12, pots 6, bottle sprinklers 4, big storage jars 1, and undeciphered were 20. Broken pieces of rim and bases of a base of a big jar of heavy body with a very rugged surface have also been found. The pieces were not found in one place, and it is like I told, the area of that particular site is about 2 kilometers. It cannot be really said whether these were part of the same vessel, but it testifies to what the inhabitants of Kheda Ki Dhani have reported, that they were getting big storage jars, which they did not keep in their houses or thrown away while plowing their fields. There is no evidence of proper vessels with handles. However, few specimens of handles are there, but whether these handles or terracotta, these are handles or terracotta bangles, for me, it was a little hard to define. Apart from these jars, bowls, and dishes, there are 4 broken pieces of bottleneck sprinklers that, like I've mentioned earlier. And these bottleneck sprinklers are quite similar to the period 4 of Hastinapur. Most of the pottery found in Kheda Ki Dhani is plain dull redware, but some of the sherds have incised horizontal grooving on the rim and neck. There is also an anvil that I found, which when I was speaking with Dr. Jaya Menon, she helped me in understanding how these kind of anvils are very much a part of a lot of cultures earlier. And Actually, Kumhar communities still use these kinds of anvils for secondary farming activities. Apart from the archaeological remnants of the historical period, there are medieval structures spread all over the Bairat Mound, Kheda Ki Thani, and surrounding region. There is a medieval fort situated on the way to the southeastern pass from Bairat towards Bairada and Bandrol. It is in ruined condition. Medieval literary works like the Persian work Tarikh-e-Firishta mentions that Mahmud of Ghazni carried masons, laborers, etc. while invading Berat to build a fort in order to maintain control after his departure. This fort could have been the same one, or there were anyway in North India there are many places which are still associated with the story of Mahmud of Ghazni or Aurangzeb, destroying the earlier structures or occupying those areas. Abul Fazl, so for that, I also explored Abul Fazl's Aine-Akbari. He also discussed the revenue and army strength of the Alwar Sarkar and mentioned Bairat with a stone fort. This is probably the same stone fort which he's talking about. In the northern end of the central valley of the region, there is a well-built, sorry, I don't have pictures. I could not retrieve pictures from my hard drive. And I will go again to the place and get more pictures. But there is a well-built Mughal gateway and Shikarga, which is said to be the halting place of Akbar on his yearly pilgrimage to Ajmer. Also, there is a Parshana Jain temple in front of the Mughal gateway with an inscription indicating that the temple was built during the times of Akbar. Medieval cenotaphs and chhatris are common when it comes to Rajasthan, and in the area, these are called sati mutts. These are scattered all over Bairat. The mound of Kheda Ki Thani too has late medieval and medieval structures. One is a typical Bauli structure made of stone with a staircase going downwards. The second one is rectangular structure with conical roof.
2 minutes to go, Meenakshi.
I'm about to be done. A door to the east and square-shaped ventilation on 3 sides to this structure. This is also made of stones and plastered, like most of the chhatris of the medieval period in the Bairat region. It is situated on the western portion of the mound and is now called Devika Mandir. Coming back to the contextualizing the inscription, the second one, the Bairat Minor Rock Edict 1 at Bhimki Dungri, the hill has a tradition of Mother Goddess worship. Like many other Minor Rock Edict 1 sites, here too, congregation of people on certain occasion in the form of melas or local yatras still happen. So it is very much possible, just like other sites, that of course Ashok and his administrator used the sites which were very, very popular and people were visiting them often in large numbers. By placing these edicts into their context, it is evident that Bairat was part of one of the prominent cultural and political circuits, which made it an important region for the placement of the royal edicts. And the discovery of the new site, which I feel I will have to go there again and do a bit more of research. On the other hand, provides the view of settlement during the early centuries of the Common Era. Its surface finds further assert the archaeological potential of the region and the need for extensive exploration and excavations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Meenakshi. Very interesting to know that there is a early historic site with Kushana era sprinklers, and perhaps definitely thanks to the Bairat edicts and Ashokan occupation. As we know, this area has never really revealed any NBP or things like that, despite the Mauryan presence which is there in the inscriptions. But
sorry, sir. In the excavation by N.R. Banerjee, which is briefly, put there in Indian Archaeology, a review, he mentions about the overlap of PGW with NBPW and NBPW with other associated finds. But then it's not there in any proper report, which can help us contextualize it better with other sites.
So it's in passing mention, and N.R. Banerjee has done this too often at too many of his sites. So I would like to believe that Sani not reporting NBP is more plausible and closer to the truth than Banerjee reporting MVP.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I have very little faith in his work. Whatever. Thank you very much for that. It was a very, very interesting take. And I think sites like this need uh, far more intensive work. And I hope, Meenakshi, that you will do something in the future over here also and catalog all the different periods at a place like Bairat, because that is very essential. We normally tend to only work with the, the star finds, the Ashokan inscription, the Bairat temple. That's it, finish ho gaya. Game over. There is so much more to Bairat than just that. So thank you very much.
Thank you so
I
much
was
for the
thrilled to see
opportunity, sir.
the Kushana levels over there because of this. You talked about Yunsang not mentioning the Bairat pillar, and there were enough fragments of the Bairat pillar that were found in the excavations. It is very, very possible if you read the Bhimki Chauri inscription that it will tell you about the depredations carried out by the Hunas. And in all probability, it is the Hunas who sacked Bairat
Yes,
and
sir.
were responsible for the destruction of all that was, good, beautiful, nice things that they could not recreate, they destroyed. And anything that was beyond their technology, they also destroyed. So the Bhimki Chauri inscription is quite clear about, the destruction wrought by them. So it's something that we need to also put into context at Bairat, that it's probably the Hunas coming in this way who
You
were
are
responsible. This
absolutely
is the high road.
You are absolutely right, sir. I didn't mention that in the presentation. It was going anyway beyond my timeline, my time for the presentation. So there are charred wood evidences when it comes, which were there in the excavation done by Sahani, and he talks about probably there was a fire incident happened at the site, and it was done by any political authority coming that way. So you are absolutely right कि वो एक reason रहा. दूसरा एक reason जो Xuanzang बताता है कि when he mentions Perat, he talks about 8 monasteries there, not 2. So we found only evidences of 2 monasteries. Although he says that the other monasteries were in much ruined state, and he also talks about the population of monks and nuns is comparatively less than Brahmanas living in the region, in Berat specifically. And also the number of temples is higher than the number of monasteries. And the kind of patronage it received during the earlier period of times is not there yet, is not there now. So those kinds of links he has provided.
True, very true. So thank you very much, Meenakshi, for that. If there are any questions, we'll be very happy to take them. If not, we can always carry on the chat in the WhatsApp. There is nothing on YouTube. Ramesh sir, would you like to add something? Ramesh
Nothing,
sir?
sir. Thank you.
Chalo. Thank you very much, Meenakshi. We look forward to your paper.
Thank
and
you
we
so
hope
much,
that you will
everyone.
fill up all those details in the paper.
My
And
email is
lots
there
of pictures.
with Kurush sir. And as I mentioned in the beginning, I'm getting back to the research part of this particular region again, which was my fieldwork area for my MPhil. It's been a while, although I keep visiting the place, but the kind of intensity when it comes to research is required. It was not there. But I would be happy to have inputs from everyone. Email is there with the Kurush sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So sadly, the next speaker, Sushmita Nandini, has met with an accident. She was carrying out fieldwork and had said she would come in on Sunday specifically to attend so that she could present her paper. We were really looking forward to it. But sadly, she messaged me saying that she met with an accident last night on her way back and she's quite hurt, though nothing very grievous. We hope for a speedy recovery. The next paper is by Jainacharya Bhagya Yash Suri, Siddharth Kale, and Monish Deepak Shah in search of Matsyendragarh. And we welcome them, and the floor is yours.
Yeah. So can I just have a moment?
You're having a moment. The moment is all
Yes.
yours.
Yes, sir. I'm just connecting my camera. That's it. I think it's visible now. Yes.
Yes, very much.
Is the screen visible?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah. So thank you once again for giving me the chance, and I hope I have not bored you like Saif Ali Khan in Hum Shakals showing three roles. So I'm here for the third time. This is a different paper. We went to find something else and we got something else. So this paper is titled In Search of Machindragad or Matsyendragad. So Machindragad is something that you won't have heard of until unless you have been to Kumbhalgarh. Uh, if you go to Kumbhalgarh, there is a narration, there is a legend in the area that there was a fort before the actual Kumbhalgarh was constructed by Rana Kumbha. So I'll just narrate what the legend is, and the dates on the left are just to give you an idea. The photo on the right with Sidhu standing there is not actually linked to this particular site, but I have put this photo because this is the temple for the documentation of which we had been to a place called as Machin. Now you just keep this photo in mind. Now Sidhu is around 5 foot 8 inches, and you just look at the size of the parikar that is there. The main idol would have been this huge. Coming back to Kumbhalgarh, so the story of Kumbhalgarh starts with the birth of Rana Kumbha, and he actually commissioned for the construction of the fort in around 43, and the construction went on for 15 years, and Rana Kumbha was alive for another 10 years to look at the fort. Uh, he reigned around 1433 to 1468. Now, Kumbhalgarh also has a lot of temples. If you go by the numbers actually won't make much sense because the numbers are too huge. So some numbers mention there were 300 temples. Some numbers mention that there were 300 Jain temples or 360 Jain temples. Now, if you go to Kumbhalgarh today, yes, there are a lot of temples, and around maybe 60 to 70% roughly the temples are Jain temples, and a lot of them are huge temples. But I'll come to the point why I'm linking Kumbhalgarh to the Jain temples. If you go beyond that, so the origination of a gad at Kumbhalgarh or in the vicinity takes you to Machindragarh. So Machindragarh, the legend says, was constructed by Samprati Maharaj or Samprati Maurya, who is the grandson of Ashoka Maurya. The way now for us archaeologists who live in Maharashtra, if anything that is made, if you go to any place, just to give you the antiquity of the place, they would either say it is Shiv Kalin or Pandav Kalin. If you are the Jains, now it is a common reference used to date or to prove the antiquity of an idol or a place, saying that Samprati Maharaj had come here or the idol is a Samprati Kalin idol. Not necessarily it will hold true, but this is what the legend says. And when he had been to the area, there are certain references that the Jain believe that he stayed there, and he stayed there for a month. He stayed there for 3 months, and for whatever period he stayed, they used to make a temple. They would used to start erecting a temple at night, would complete the construction by morning, uh, would worship there, and the temple would fall. This is what the legend is. The next day they'll do the same thing again. So of course for us, अगर रोज रोज इतना building बना सकते हैं तो nothing like it. But this is a legend, and after this simple narration of the legend, the story stops. So I'll come back to Machindragarh again. later on. But while looking for, so this is an image on the right. I purposely put this here. You can see this is Tirthesh Maharaj Sahib. So again, I'll just like to specify or clarify rather that you see only one name in all the papers as authors, Jainacharya Bhagya Suri. But what happens in the Jain community, or see, the hierarchy is maintained. There will be 10, 20 junior monks working, but they'll only put the name of the senior most monk as the author. He might be the one working on the project, he might not be, but they don't want their names to be mentioned anywhere. So the reason I put this photo here is that they actually had been to this site. I'll be showing the photographs of these two temples later on. But while doing their vihar, because they have to go through or go on foot, and they usually try to look for shortcuts so that they can cover more distance, they actually came across this temple. When we had been to, so me, Siddharth, and one of our friend Viral had been to Kumbhalgarh Fort for another documentation and research purpose. We were told by the monks, you just go to this place and just try to document this Jain temple. We went there, and what happened is that we thought that we have actually found something else. So this Machin village, which has these two temples, can actually be the Machindragarh that is mentioned in the legends. We still don't have any reference, and we don't know whether we can actually go back to 25, 22 or 2300 years ago, but we can actually go back to a period just before the actual Kumbhalgarh was constructed. And the other reason of putting this photograph here is that Kuru sir mentioned yesterday that for explorations, you don't need to be a scientist, or don't need to be an archaeologist. So this is a precise reason I've put it here, because the monks are always on foot. And we know that we have been working since the past 7, 8 years together, that being on foot has its advantages. If we actually train the monks to with the proper archaeological techniques, what to look for and what not to look for, I think we can have commendable work. So coming back to Machin, Machin is a place almost 40 to 50 kilometers away from Kumbhalgarh. As soon as you enter from the main road, that turn is almost 2.5, 3 kilometers from the temples that I had shown earlier. There are beautiful chatras like this, and all these chatras have some memorial stones. So a hero stone and the other memorial stones. We'll just have a look at the memorial stones. So these are the memorial stones that are there. Some 6 or 7 memorial stones are there with inscriptions. Look at the beautiful chhatra on the right. Now this is the condition of all the heritage that is there. Too much of vegetation. Now we come to the temple. This is the temple number 1. Now you saw the photo earlier. We have also used the scale here, but just look at the size. Now, if you go to this particular village, this is famous for only one thing. It is famous for कि राणा प्रताप ने यहाँ पे घास खाया था. Now, this would sound very amusing. Why would Rana would eat grass? So I think this is a form of, again, a narration, a legend that is there. So when the battle between Rana Pratap and Akbar happened, so Rana Pratap is believed to have fled that entire thing when Akbar actually conquered the fort. So he, on the way back, he actually stopped here, and they believe that Rana Pratap had ghas here. So possibly his horse had ghas here, or possibly there is no connection. But the legend tries to, put some sense of history and elevate the status of this particular village. But apart from that, if you ask them, they have no sense of history. So we actually had to ask some 5, 10 people when we were looking for this particular temple. Now, if you go to Google today, somebody has now put marked the temple on Google, and but back when we went there, it was a lesser known temple, and even the people from the village were not aware of it. So now in this temple, you can see the bricks are there, the plaster is there, and three idols of Parshvanatha. So this was a Panchatirthi, and there's one inscription. I'll come to that. So two Parshvanath idols on the top are in uh, Padmasan Mudra. Two in Kayotsar. The one on the left has is not there. The one in the center again would be in Padmasan. Sadly, if you can see here, this is grass. So what you saw in the earlier photo also, Sidhu was actually cleaning this, and you can see the whatever we had done. We could take the photograph after cleaning this. Now this grass is there. This temple is actually used by a local person to tie his cattle, to store the gobar, to store the ghas. This is the wall. You can see the grass here in one of the niches. So there are other niches also inside the temple. This is the idol that you can see on the right. And at the bottom, there is an inscription here. So the inscription reads this. So it's basically indicating towards the person who had actually made the donation for the installation of this particular idol. So it reads that Vikram Samvat 1494, that comes to 1437 CE. The husband's name is missing. It should be, I mean, not missing, but it's not clearly legible here. So along with his wife, so Bharya, that is wife, son, this is the name, Lamprat Putra, and along with the Putra Vadu, so Dhira, and again, this part is missing here. So they basically donated towards the installation of this image. And the main thing is, it also mentions 95 Angula Pramana. So I'm not so well versed with the terminology that is used by the Sapatiyas, but it speaks of the size of the parikar that was actually made, and it looks like a huge one. If sir can guide, or if anybody can guide on how to calculate the Angula Pramana. But it's also Parikar and Shri Parshva Kayo. So it's a Parshvanath idol and the huge Parikar, and all the five idols are Parshvanath. Now the main thing here and very interesting is Tapagat Shri Somsandar Su. So this thing is again broken, but basically uh, Acharya Som Sundar Suri presided over the entire ceremony of this temple, and he happens to be the same Acharya who had presided over the ceremonies of uh, Ranakpur temple. Now, Ranakpur is very famous. So, it was in 1439 and this was in 1437. So, he was actually there in this region, and this temple predates with that Pratishta by 2 years. Of course, Ranakpur's dates goes a bit before this particular temple. Now, these are again, you look at the thick plaster that was there. These are some remains in the area. Now, this temple also would have been a huge temple. Just look at it. Now, this is a human scale, and just look at the niches. The upper entire thing has already fallen. You can see the growth here. And this is the temple number one is at a small turn in the village. There are some Samadhi stones also nearby. Now, this temple is in a very bad shape, but looking at the size, this would have been a very huge temple back in the day. It still is huge. Again, closer photos. Everywhere there is a growth. This temple number two. This temple is 500 to 700 meters away from the temple number one. By it will take 5 to 7 minutes walking. We just went there. This temple is almost double the size of temple number one. We could not document, or we could not get inside the temple because there's heavy vegetation full of thorny shrubs. We tried pulling some things, but it was, in vain. And you can see this person here. This is Kishan Lal Gameti. We found a friend there with a local eye, and we started inquiring there because we came for the temple. We found out that the name of the village is Machin. We started asking him that if this village is Machindgarh, or if this particular village has some gard. So he said, no, these are the temples. Upon inquiring, he said yes. So he is actually uh, an adventurous guy on weekends who is a laborer, but on weekends he goes for trekking and all. And he said कि साहब यहाँ पे गढ़ तो है जो धस धस गया है, ऊपर पुराने महल है, ऊपर पुराने गढ़ जैसे दीवारें हैं, वो भी गढ़ है कि दीवार है हम लोग को नहीं पता, बट पूरा धस गया है. Then it started ringing the same sound, because if you look at the story of Kumbhalgarh, so when it had started, uh, the legend again goes that when Rana Kumbha started the Garh, it actually used to fall. They used to construct, it used to fall. And then he approached the priest. The priest said that you need a human sacrifice. And after the human sacrifice, I'll give you the solution. So a hermit came forth and he said, okay, I'll sacrifice my life. And if you go to the Garh today, the narration is like कि ये मुसलमानों के आक्रमण से बचाने के लिए गढ़ आपको बनाना है, तो मैं अपनी जान दे दूंगा. So the entire shift in the narration is very apparent today. But he sacrificed him. It was a ceremony. And again, as you would be seeing a Hollywood movie, the head of the hermit fell down, and where the head fell, he constructed a temple, and where his body fell down, he started constructing the wall of Kumbhalgarh. Now, keeping the legend or this mythological story aside, we'll look at the walls. Though, so I'll just complete this temple. This is a huge temple with very beautiful. So this looks like a Samudra Manthan thing, and beautiful sculptures. So sadly, if you look at these, so this is actually the path made to go to the temple. This entire thing is made out of the remains of older temples. So if you actually try to go to the temple, you will be stepping on a kuber, you will be stepping on a yakshi, so on and so forth. So it's very difficult to clean this area and document it. Perhaps we need other, because this is a very preliminary survey. So I've already spoken about this particular story, and we come back to Sidhu. So now this is the wall. These are the actual walls. These photographs have been shared with us by Kishan, because when we went there, we tried to look for it, and it was actually uh, densely, covered with vegetation. So we went and we saw some walls. If you stand at the temple number 2, you can actually see the wall going up the hill. So a wall similar to the kind of wall that is constructed at Kumbhalgarh, but a bit narrow. So this is the wall. This is a So the wall at certain places goes up to a height of 10 to 12 feet. And at certain places now it has fallen down. Now you can have a look at this. It's actually fallen, but this goes in the same way a Kumbhalgarh wall goes. Again, some photos of the wall. Now, this is a structure. So the wall would be around 6 feet, 5 to 6 feet in weight. The actual Kumbhalgarh wall today is around, say, 15 feet, if I'm not wrong, 15 to 18 feet. So again, the part of the same wall. Now, the surprising thing is that nobody in the village also speaks about this. We were lucky that we actually found this guy who was adventurous enough to, go to all these places on the weekends, and he was kind enough to guide us and share the photographs also. But now again, this is a piece that belong to an earlier structure, and it is on top of the hill. So what we believe is that before the actual Kumbhalgarh was built, it was in 1443. This village actually existed, because if you are erecting such huge temples uh, in this area too, and the locals believe that at the site of temple number 2, there are actually more than one temple, because the remains are huge. There would be actually two temples. So if you are erecting such huge temples, there would have been a Jain population already residing at this particular place. Wealthy enough population because they commissioned for such huge temples. But it also brings the point that, this would have been the site where the earlier attempts would have been made to construct the fort. Uh, for whatever reasons, these hills would not have been very conducive for such a fort that he had in mind. And that's the reason he shifted to the other area. Of course, the entire legend that how he found the solution and all, it goes on at every place in India. But this, in all likelihood, would be a place where the earlier attempts to create a fort would have been made. Perhaps the fort would have been there for 5 years. We don't know. We don't really know. Now, this is what looks like this is a very rough drawing of how the wall would have been. So the temples also lie within the walls. So there is one more internal wall that goes around the temple number 2, but temple number 1 lies beyond that wall. But after that, also there is a wall. If you go on Google Earth, there very faintly you can see the walls. So this is the temple number 2. This is temple number 1. This is the distance. This is so close. So that's it. We believe that this is the fort that predates the Kumbhalgarh and the earlier attempts would have been made. And I hope that I did justice by, keeping this one tight because you had given me time earlier. So thank you with folded hands.
Thank you very much, Monish and Sidhu. And you can't see, but my hands are also folded in gratitude that you have kept to time. Thank you very much. There are a number of questions. Where can we find the reference of Machindragarh? Is it mentioned in any book? Asked Bhavna Rathod.
So it actually goes as a legend. But if you look at some Jain records, they mention about Maharaja Samprati being there at Machindragarh, at Machind. Some references are there, but those references, all likelihood, are a bit later. And what happens is I mentioned that anywhere in Maharashtra, if you go, it is Pandavakalin or Shivkalin. So Samprati, as Ram had been to the length and breadth of the country, Samprati had been to the length and breadth of the country for the Jains. And coming back home to our Sopara, so Sopara has a mention that Samprati Maharaj made way for the Jains for easy vihar. So we also have our friend Ashoka, his dada, who made way for the Buddhists at Sopara. So I think that link has to be there.
Thank you. Vimal Shah says length of a full hand, fingertip to shoulder length is 48 angul praman.
Okay.
Now, of course, my question would be whose hand? But
Of
thank you.
the architect?
I suppose it would be of the architect or of the king
Or
or
the sculptor.
of the sculptor. So that is why ratios are not actually lengths. Saloni Sisodi asks, is the temple number 2 completely unrecorded and abandoned?
Temple number 2, nahi. Both the temples are unrecorded as far as we know. See, we tried looking up at the gazetteer also if there are some mentions of it. Of course, we think that it should be there, but the Rajasthan gazetteer, we don't find anything at all. And I should be grateful that as a Maharashtrian, the Maharashtra gazetteer is up to date. They'll give you every single pin that had fallen on the road. But too difficult to find. I think we need to find, and this is very close by. This is on the Kumbhalgarh Udaipur route. Of course, a bit far away, but yes. But both the temples are unrecorded. And temple number 2, before you need to start any documentation, you need to at least have laborers cutting and chopping everything for 3 days.
Not to mention, perhaps a few local archaeologists need to be brought in case they already have data on this, which has been published because Rajasthan publishes in some very weird places.
And we tried searching online on Google Scholar, Academia, everywhere.
There is a publication out of Rajasthan called The Researcher, which is the State Department of Archaeology's publication. There is no guarantee about which year it is published and when it is published, how many articles have to be collected before it is published. So there is, Rajasthan publications have problems. I will give you a couple of people who you can get in touch with.
Yes, sir.
Perhaps.
And sadly, because Saloni mentions, if you go to Google, just try it out, everyone. If you try to search machine Rajasthan, Google will ask you thrice, are you looking for machine in Rajasthan? And they'll give you machine manufacturers. So that is the thing.
So if enough of us search for machine and find it, then we will be able to find
yes,
more
Saloni
regularly. The algorithm will be strengthened.
Yes, Saloni already searched, and
So you have to
I'm grateful that Saloni is there, because the Kumbhalgarh fort, this machine actually belongs to the Sisodia Rajputs, and we have Saloni Sisodia here.
Good. So Ramesh sir says this human sacrifice business seems to be associated with all major forts.
हर जगह पे. तो कुछ
Whether
solution
they
कैसे
had it
आएगी?
or they didn't have it, the story has it for sure.
Yes.
Bhavna Rathore says the same story goes for Jodhpur fort also. Yes. So yeah, these are regular stories, and supposedly bridges needed to be built also. We needed to sacrifice somebody. One of the common slang terms for this human sacrifice was called Mumbai in Gujarati. Don't ask me why. But yes, to Mumbai somebody meant to, well, sacrifice the person before it was built.
No, the interesting bit, sir, what happened while looking for. So we went here to document the Jain temple. We did not. We found something else. Of course, we are going to go ahead and document it sometime in the future. We don't know when. But while looking for the other stories, we found that at every 10 to 12 kilometers, either you go from Kumbhalgarh towards Falna or towards Udaipur. At every 10 to 15 kilometers, there is a Jain settlement. Now, hardly 4 or 5 families stay in a village. But we found a village where there are 3 Jain temples. When we went there, there are beautiful, at least 20 bronzes and huge temples. So this area again needs to be restudied. Some more research is required. And apart from the Jains, the other people already would have been there.
So this belongs to a period when there were a lot of Jains who had not passed out of the cycle of birth and rebirth. And now that more and more Jains are passing out of the cycle, there are fewer Jains left behind to populate these villages. Right, Sidhu? What do you say?
Sidhu Jain.
Yes.
Yes. So on that humorous note, thank you very, very much. And I think between the three of you all, Ramesh, Monish, and Sidhu, you all have populated half this volume. So we will be cracking the whip on you all for the final publication. And necessary, if I have to come to your house, Siddharth, with Monish in tow to make you all write this article, I will do that also.
तो जिसपे रामेश है टेंशन नहीं है, हम लोग दोनों हम लोगों को भी टेंशन है.
No, Ramesh will give in time. Ramesh giving his article in time is not a problem. Monish and Sidhu giving the article in time, that is a different issue altogether.
तो वापस वेजिटेशन आ जाएगा.
On that happy note, thank you very much, guys.
Thank you, sir.
We have the last and final paper before we finish today's sessions, and we finish the last session of day 2 of the archaeological explorations in India. The archaeological explorations in India is turning into an archaeological explorations in South Asia, and we have a brilliant late entry. So we are well known for our late Latifs, but Dhaneshwari ma'am, Ramesh sir, and Gayatri Iyer will be presenting a brilliant paper to us. I won't say any more to ruin this thing, but we will be sharing the abstract with you on the WhatsApp group also. But without any ado, please come forth, and the stage is yours. And we look at the last presentation. It is from Sri Lanka, and a place
Am I audible?
Yes,
You
sir.
are
Thank you. Yeah, so this is my last presentation and the last presentation of this workshop. So this is what happens when you send archaeologists on holiday, and especially archaeologists who have acquired this disease known as chalia, where they have a tendency to look down, not up, and then they find things that other people have not reported. So yeah, these are the overlooked treasures of Anuradhapura in Sri Lanka. Anuradhapura is a very well studied site. It is full of monasteries and stupas and tanks and all kinds of stuff. And yet we have new stuff to report from Anuradhapura. So we are reporting games from Anuradhapura and some very interesting revelations from these games. Okay, so to give you some context and timeline, we were part of a tour of Anuradhapura. So we had gone for a conference, the three of us, at the University of Kelania, and the university then organized a 2-day tour of Anuradhapura and Kandy. And we reached Anuradhapura towards the evening. The sun was setting fast. And so everyone was looking up and photographing the great stupas, and we were looking down. And that's how we turned a tourist visit into an exploration. So this is the magnificent Jetavanaramaya Dagoba. Once upon a time, it was the largest building in the world. Now it is much smaller when it was rebuilt. Built by King Mahasena in 273-301. It has been rebuilt, refloored, all of that. But it received patronage from much of the Buddhist world. And once you are done with circumambulating the stupa, you can do it once, then you do it thrice, then you do it 7 times, then you do it 11 times, and after some time you really get bored. And then you sit down to play games with some friends of yours, and you start etching the games onto the flagstones, and you leave behind a rich treasure for us. Now, this was restored by the Sri Lankan Archaeology Department. It was in terrible ruins. And at the time that they restored it, they very mercifully left the floor alone. I am very skeptical of restorations because the first thing that goes is the floor. Okay, and there we spotted 2 games, which were the game of 20 squares, which is also famous as the royal game of Ur, which staggered us completely. And we spotted 9 men's Morris, which is like, yeah, okay, fine, that we know. Now, why did this stagger us? So this is one of the world's oldest continuously played board games. The origins of this game are traced back to Mesopotamia in the Bronze Age. Okay, the most famous specimen is what you see on the right, is a wooden game inlaid with various, semi-precious stones, shell things, and some amazing decoration it has. This was the game in the cemetery of the Queen Puabi, which was excavated by Leonard Woolley when he excavated the royal cemetery of Ur, and like anything good, it landed up in the British Museum. Now, this is a game that was known throughout the ancient Bronze Age world and was supposed to have gone extinct. Subsequently, many years later, when archaeologists rediscovered the game, they didn't have the rules for it. So we were very surprised when we found this game. So this is on one of the steps. This is, on one of the flagstones where it has now, because the flagstones were relaid and little cement, this has gotten cut. This is another specimen from a step. This is another specimen from a flagstone. This is a very interesting game. But to come to it, so it is played by two players. Okay, so one white, one black, and these three little pyramidical things are dice. One player starts from here. They throw the dice, they move their tokens. The aim of the game is very simple. You start here, you go like this, you come here, and you go here, and you have to end here. And the first person to get all their 7 tokens out wins. But this is common territory. So I start here, go like this, out. You start here, go like this, go out. Okay, but this is the common battleground. So if I am here and you throw the dice and you land on the square, I die, I go back, I have to be reborn and play the whole game again. So this game has then ever since acquired mystical values. It's about the game of life, death, and rebirth, and all of that. So when archaeologists started looking for it, they found it everywhere in the Near East. It was found in the Shehri Shokta, it was found in Babylon, it was found in ancient Cyprus, tons of it in ancient Egypt, in various royal tombs, and so on and so forth. And then it seems to just disappear from that area in the Bronze Age. But here we are finding this in the early historic period in Anuradhapura. Okay, if these date along with the stupa, that makes them a bit old. If they date after the stupa, that adds to the confusion. Because then, so there are people in South Asia playing this game, at least in Anuradhapura, when it seems to have gone extinct from the Near East. But life is never that simple. Then, so the archaeologist and game scholar Irving Finkel. He also, by the way, rediscovered the rules of the game of 20 squares from a cuneiform tablet. And he also discovered that this game was actually a living game in India being played by the Cochin Jews. And they were playing it by more or less the same rules with cowrie shells. So the small white cowrie shells were used as play pieces, and the large cowrie shells were used as dice instead of pyramidal dice. But it had the same, effectively the same rules. Okay. As if that was not enough, he also roamed around in India, and there have been reports from India of the game of 20 squares. So if this is what it looks like in the cemetery of Ur, this is the Asha board. So this one curves back on itself. Here it doesn't. Here the line just continues. And then there is a 1961 report of this being found at Nagarjunakonda on the steps of a burning ghat. And Finkel himself found it on a 11th century temple in Kedareshwara, which implies that if you add Anuradhapura into this mix, this game has been played in South Asia for quite a long time, and at least until the 11th century, or perhaps later, this game was still around, floating around in South Asia, although today it is extinct. Like when the Anthropological Survey of India did an extensive survey of board games, they did not report this. Now, this may still be played in some pockets that we don't know, but it leaves behind a very mystery. So a game that was enormously popular in the Bronze Age seems to have survived like a living fossil in South Asia. And then here also, eventually it goes extinct. So what was a Middle Eastern game doing in Anuradhapura and then spreading into Nagarjunakonda, etc., right? So this tells us about trade patterns, that this has perhaps been floating around for a very long time, and that wherever it originated, it has, it came to India with traders as part of a cultural exchange, and then it hung around here, and here it probably developed into various other forms of games. Then we come to another game very popularly known as Nine Men's Morris. Now, this is a living game found in various cultures around the old world. Okay, so it consists of 3 concentric squares that are linked at the center of the side of each square. So this is called the Nine Men's Morris. This is from Marathon in Greece, 490 BC. Now we don't know if the game is as old as the original monument. Very often they may be scratched in much later, or they may have been scratched in by the construction workers, or may have been scratched in by the people who were using that monument. We've seen examples of all of these kinds, and Dr. Dalal has presented a very magnificent paper in the first Playing with the Past conference that we did in 2019. So this is Nine Men's Morris from Athens, but we find it in abundance in Anuradhapura. By the way, just because I was going through my old pictures, and then I realized that we also had a flagstone with an inscription at Anuradhapura. I don't know if it's a votive flagstone or it is meant to be something else, or it has now become a flagstone and was originally part of something else. But here you come to Nine Men's Morris. Okay, you find it very abundantly here on the flagstones of on the Jetavana stupa. Okay, there is also a shorter version of it called the Three Men's Morris. So you will see that some are taken when there is still some dying light, and then it got dark while we were doing it. So some are taken under flashlight, some are just dark for us to make out just the etchings. But yeah, so that was a tourist visit, which is meant to last a couple of hours. Everyone was listening to how the grand the Jetavana Ramaya is, and these are, millions of baked bricks that were used to build the gigantic stupa. And here we were not paying attention because look, there are YouTube videos we can watch, there are books we can read. This no one is going to talk about, only we can talk about. So we were looking down and desperately trying to photograph games. So it remains a life goal for me to go back to Anuradhapura and redocument all of these. Okay, but to conclude this short paper, both these games emerged from the Middle East, but they have undergone such very different fates. The game of 20 squares, as I said, after the Bronze Age collapse in the Middle East, that game disappears, but it hangs around here. We've seen it in Anuradhapura, we've seen it in Nagarjunkonda, in Bhuvaneshwar. We wonder where else it will turn up from in South Asia. That's why this race to essentially document games before people put granite or cement or bathroom tiles on the floors of temples, forts, monuments, whatever. Okay. To find these patterns and figure out what kind of trade links happened. Now we're not able to say, these boards are there, and then you have the Cochin Jews who come and they're playing Asha, whether there is any organic link between these graffiti games or they just happen to be two separate arrivals from the Middle East is not something we can say with any confidence. On the other hand, the game of Nine Men's Morris has hung around. It is widely popular everywhere. Where it originated around the Mediterranean, it is still played. Played all over Europe, played all over Africa, played all over Asia. And so it talks to all the trade linkages that have been there. So for us, the study of games and reporting games comes from the idea that these tie into a larger picture of civilization, a larger picture of the common people, not kings, not soldiers, not, people in search of fame and fortune, but common people trading among themselves, exchanging ideas. Games leave something of a tangible mark behind when they get etched onto the floors of monuments. There are other things like clothes, food, recipes, which are somewhat more intangible. But these speak to how common people interacted, and that makes it all the worth its while. Thank you so much.
Thank you very, very much, sir. Um, we're very grateful to you and your team for this lovely presentation. And I must say, this is the rule of archaeology that I learned very young in my career, that once somebody shows you something, which you probably walked over 100 times in your life before. But once somebody shows it to you, and once you recognize it as being something unique, you then spend the rest of your life seeing it anywhere, everywhere, and wherever. So, yes, I see the fascination with Kelia, and I see how Ramesh sir and his team have documented it instead of seeing the beautiful Jetavanarama monastery, but we forgive them for that. Let me just see if there are any questions on YouTube before we take away the question session. Ramesh sir, did you mention that the game is also found amongst the Harappan sites and that it might even predate Ur?
So there is half a clay, terracotta or clay, or I don't know what material, board found at one of the sites. Perhaps I think Mohenjo-daro. So unless we see a full board, it's going to be a difficult claim to make. After having spent now close to 7 years with Kelia, one can also now mark seeing patterns where there are none. We have to be careful.
Inshallah, we will find that too. There are no questions on what's it called, YouTube. So I don't. Yeah, there are a couple of questions over here. Yes. Monish says, thanks, Ramesh. We now look for boards everywhere and have also found a few. Saloni says, same. I look down more often than up. So, good. That'll keep people from falling down all over the place. Sneha says, thank you so much for the amazing and intriguing session. Sushma says, thank you, everyone. Before I say thank you officially and sign off, I think Ramesh sir has a few words that he'd like to say apart from his presentation. Ramesh sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. So this is sir will give the valedictory address. This is the pre-valedictory address. But so, when we put together so we used to work in our previous avatar, when INSTUCEN used to work closely with the Center for Extramural Studies, where I was a student, sir was faculty, Mugdha ma'am was director. And we used to do these explorations in Maharashtra workshops. Then at some point we felt that, the scope could be expanded. And then when we started functioning independently, there was a thought of hosting this, and then the pandemic struck, and then we finally managed to do it this time online. But a very simple thing, and for a lot of students, for a lot of amateurs to note, is that, excavations are really expensive, B, humongous amount of bureaucracy, and C, you have to be really qualified to do them. Explorations anyone can do, and you can be a complete amateur, complete starter. That's how I got into it, right? But also, see, some of these can be terrifying. If you were to look at old temple members and then not being able to take all the architectural terms properly, so whether something is a Lalatabimba or something is a a temple capital, a pillar capital, or a pillar base, or this or that, pilaster, pillar. These are terms that can confuse you. Similarly, if you were to look at sculptures, then, like I leaned on Dr. Malati Agnishwaran to help. Whether somebody standing in Abhanga, Tribhanga, what are they holding their left hand? Like with the Bhairava image, somebody asked me which of the Bhairavas it is. I honestly don't know. So, some of these require you to have really some amount of specialist knowledge. Or otherwise, you have to contact a specialist, and then sometimes specialists can not all of them are necessarily forthcoming and helpful. Some of them can get suspicious, some of them are reticent. Dealing with experts can be tough, especially if you're an amateur. But when you start looking at a lot of these lesser considered things by mainstream archaeologists, and look, this is an achievement I can put under my collar very shamelessly today. But, it was 2016 when we started talking about ancient games based on a suggestion from Dr. Radha Sinha. And we've never looked back since then. We've not just then documenting games, and then so one of our colleagues from Nashik came back with reports of lots and lots of games from the Nashik caves, and then we started documenting them all over the place. And then today now, I am reading reports where when the ASI is looking at a site, they're looking down. ASI is reporting games. State departments are reporting games. I'm going to museums and they're pulling out games from their reserve collections and putting them on display. Now, I can't say I can claim the credit or merit for all of this, but I would say that we've at least got a country to start looking at it, this part of its heritage, more seriously again. We put together the first conference of games, and the 4 or 5 people, or rather, then became a dozen who then came together. And then since then now I'm seeing people talking about games left, right, and center. And I'm very happy about that. And this is very easy for you to do. All you have to do is go to a monument, look down. Right? They're just waiting for you to find them. And you can find them in monuments like, if you go to Ellora, you will be very hard pressed to find something to talk about that hasn't been talked about already. We managed to get a paper on games out of it. Go to Ajanta, you can do this. You can go to any major monument and do this. Now again with flagstones. I went looking for games and I found flagstones. These votive flagstones. These are again simple projects. So whether you're a college student or you're an amateur, these are very accessible archaeological projects you can do. Or these so-called non-denominational caves that we were discussing, right? You're going and you're saying, look, there's the cave here at this location. It doesn't seem to have many decorations, but here are the photographs. Here's the cave. This is the gentle floor plan. This is the location. That's work in itself, and you have brought something new to attention, because a lot of this has gone under the radar. And people are shocked as to what we are able to find simply by looking. So many caves are coming out that were undocumented. People knew them but ignored them because, well, nothing of significance. Similarly, games. No one bothered. These flagstones are totally unstudied. And so, yeah, the simplest of things can add to a humongous amount of work in archaeology that you can put. Without, don't worry whether it's, okay, I found a statue, is it Tribanga, Abanga? You will also get there eventually. Somebody will help you. But, these are things that really help you get started. That's what I wanted to say.
Thank you very much, Ramesh, sir. So, I have the sad but happy at the same time job of thanking everybody for coming here and presenting their papers. I have to thank Mugdha ma'am and the entire team at India Study Center Trust, of which I think Naneshwari ma'am, Ramesh sir, Biplav, Yogini, and all of them have been solidly behind us. Alan for all the technical work that he does, Dhruti and Saloni for checking out back office, Riddhi for running the back end for all of our sessions of 4 days and making sure that she was calling in the speakers on time and getting the PPTs if they had problems. So thank you very much, Riddhi. And just everybody at the India Study Center Trust for making this a reality. I'd also like to thank the speakers, of course, because without the speakers, we would have had no workshop. And of course, finally, I have to thank the audience, because what kind of workshop would there be if it was a closed workshop with just speakers and organizers? And the dissemination of knowledge did not take place. So we look forward to publishing all of these papers. We've had everything from prehistory and trying to understand prehistory all the way to modern day practices and some anthropological work and so on and so forth. We've looked at India across its length and breadth, more or less, not so much length maybe as breadth, but we've also surprisingly gone to Pakistan and Sri Lanka as part of this. And I hope that there will be Sri Lankans and Pakistanis in the next version, not just our people who go to Sri Lanka and Pakistan. And well, on that very, very happy note, thank you very, very much, everybody, for coming here and making this such a smashing success, and for all the papers that were read here. We will come out with a small document in due time, and we will share it on the group. And we will also share on the WhatsApp group and other places data on what has happened here, and a link to join the India Study Center's archaeology group and announcements group, in case those of you all who are listening in are not already members. We would be very, very happy to have you there. Finally, when the publication come out, we will definitely look at sharing the publications with you all also. So thank you very, very much to everybody. And it gives me great pleasure to say that the first archaeological explorations in India workshop has drawn to a close. Thank you very, very much. Take it away, Ruti.